Just like in the movies.
Welcome to SuperWonder Legacy. I am Jared. I am here with Brit. What is up, Brit?
Hello, hello.
And today we are doing another couples comparison where we are doing Daredevil and Electra, one of the most, I would argue, one of the most popular couples in Marvel Comics.
Yes.
And it's one of those interesting pairs. And so let's get started. I'm trying to get PowerPoint to work. This always happens every single week. Oh man, technology. And okay, come on. Okay, good. It's working. All right. And we have Cameron here. What's up, dude? So today, okay, so let's do this. So we are doing Couples Without Fear. Yes, that was my title. I will take credit for it. I will take credit for that. So let us begin with Brit. Tell us about Daredevil and I love these. I love these gifts you found of Frank Miller where he's talking about he hates the normal girlfriend. He goes, "Why wouldn't Superman date Wonder Woman?" And that's kind of funny, Brit. This kind of reminds me of the video that Jim Lee put on the DC YouTube channel back when the New 52 was happening. And he goes, "So we dissolved the marriage, and we thought, what's the next logical choice for Superman to be with? Wonder Woman."
Right. It's okay. So my thing is, it's a lot of revisionist, history going on, current time. But the thing is, with Electra and first of all, I didn't know that Daredevil basically had like a traditional love interest.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought that it was Electra.
Me too.
So of course when we do our research is basically, you learn something new every day. So with that, I see that what he said was right. Is basically, if these characters are already larger than life, why would their romantic life be so normal in a sense of, like, what are you really taking from that? You want these characters to stay on a larger than life, a grander scale, but at the same time you can kind of see the similarities, or the relate to some situations, like with Charles Soule and the New 52 relationship. Yeah, Clark met her brother, but he is the Hephaestus. Clark met her family, but they are the gods. They are family, but they're dysfunctional, just like any other family. That's the type of thing that you want with these characters. You can put them in normal situations, but make it bigger. So that's basically what Frank was saying with the quote, and this is basically what these relationships convey. And like I told you earlier, in the chat, noticing how a lot of these pairings that we compare with Clark and Diana's relationship, it's like, yeah, they can fulfill exactly what we see and talk about for Clark and Diana. That's because Clark and Diana are of, DC's umbrella, but they are their own uh, sub franchise. And that means that, of course, it's going to be a little bit difficult for these creatives to put their worlds together and for long term. And with Daredevil and Electra, she was created to be a part of Daredevil's world.
Mm-hmm.
Diana, she was inspired as a creation, as a female counterpart for Clark, but she wasn't created exactly in his world. And that's the thing that I think that is pretty much the pushback for Clark and Diana. If she was created within his world, then there wouldn't be so much pushback. And
there would be. This is comic book fans we're talking about, Brit.
I don't think so because, and we're gonna, of course, get to that, but look at how some of them were so accepting of Lois having powers because she's in Clark's world. And yeah, it can be elements that it would have been temporary, but at the same time, no. It's also because she is within Superman's world, and that's would have been the same thing with Diana, being that even with like another super fan, and on Twitter how he talks about change Diana's relationship with Clark to be more of Maxima, or Maxima basically um, taking Diana's place. So yeah, they will accept that, but the pushback is that they are two separate franchises. And my thing is, honestly, that makes them more appealing to me because you do have these separate franchises. Um, and you are challenged to put them together. Obviously, because we love it and we know the relationship, it's easy in a sense for us to put them together. But for creatives, professional creatives to have such a difficult time, it just shows how they are seeing these characters at surface level, then really wanting to explore the depth of them.
Well, yeah, again, it's like a lot of, and Brit and I encounter this all the time with a few with fans on Twitter, that a lot of them are extremely surface level or extremely hypocritical because again, they were given the same you saw the same people that were like against Superman and Wonder Woman for all the same reasons, like eugenics and, oh, when they bang it creates earthquakes. Literally we're bringing up the same stuff about with Superwoman. And there are people that said, "Oh, they should keep her as Superwoman permanently." And I'm like, "Ha ha 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 ha!" You
Exactly.
literally. I'm like, "Where was this anger?" And I will say, um, this one person tweeted. I forget exactly who it was. I'm going through my Twitter real quick to check, but someone did. Okay, here we go. And so one of the funny things is like, so someone actually said, I'm actually, it's not that tweet, but so someone actually brought up the good part about like her having power, about them giving her powers, is that it exposed hey, what's up, Lamb and Cameron, it exposed a lot of actually, here we go. So X Strike, shout out to you, friend, said, "I don't mean to crap on Lois, but this whole arc has shown me how two-faced some folks can be. Superman should only be with a normal human because it grounds him. Lois gains powers. Oh my gosh, this is awesome. So glad that Superman is finally with someone equal to him."
Exactly. And not only that, but in interviews, Williamson said that now Lois can understand him, that side of him, or that some fans were saying that this was character development. So you mean to tell me that character development is gaining powers instead of actually
Being a good
it's a
character?
right, it's a physical thing than an emotional and intellectual, development. And again, not to veer off, and we'll talk about that later, but yeah, it's just a lot of things that these fans really showed us, how hypocritical and the double standards that they have.
Yeah, exactly. And it was, and Barry's here. What's up? Superhero on superhero couples are good unless it's Superman. I know, right? That's the. It's like, you notice most of the iconic DC couples, most of which Brit and I have talked about, Batman and Catwoman count because they're both superheroes. For lack of a better term, let's use that terminology.
Right, right.
Hal Jordan and Carol Danvers. Hell, Barry and Jessica dated at one point in Rebirth. I didn't like it, but still, it was, that happened. Or it's like Scott Summers, Emma Frost, Scott Summers, Jean Grey, Spider-Man, Black Cat. There's any number of couples that are superhero and superhero, and we're talking about one right now, Daredevil and Electra, that they are the definitive love interest. And again, I bring this up because every week, the general audience already thinks Superman is with Wonder Woman.
Right. And
I'm
not
just going to
only
tell you
that,
that. Mm-hmm.
it's not only just the powers, but it's also the aesthetic that they have matching costumes. Daredevil and Electra have red on. The Superwoman, she had on the uh the cape, the blue suit, and the S. I mean, again, these fans thought that Lois at first was a future daughter.
Mm-hmm.
you know,
And then immediately you notice their conversation changed. They're like, oh my gosh, it's Lois. They can bang now.
exactly. You have Batcat. They wear black and leather. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Aquaman and Mira, she has on green. He has green pants and orange. You know. Uh,
Color coordination works. And here's the thing. When you looked at Superwoman, or as I like to call her, Zois, with Clark, it looked too much like she was just Kara from the Flash movie.
exactly. Oh, actually, that's
Like it's
exactly
literally that costume, except it has gloves.
exactly. That's and even one of the artists for a variant cover when she posted it and they said, oh, they're kissing cousins. It's like, yeah, that's what someone would think with Clark and Diana. And that's what I'm saying, that it's a good thing that Clark and Diana are of different franchises because they have this uniqueness. And Diana, she is still a very independent character and a female character, but she is Clark's natural counterpart. So not only do you have that where you get to know her individually besides her relationship with him, but you can put them together and it's just putting two different, you know, I said two different things together. And it still makes this very much they still are unique. With Lois, that's all she was. She was Flash, like like a Flash
It's literally that
inspired.
dude. It's like, and the Flash dude was inspired by their daughter in Injustice. So I'm like, wait a
Yeah,
minute
so
here.
that whole thing was very, very well,
Lazily done.
actually they never confirmed that it was from Injustice. It was
But
mostly
it's
that
like
was mostly
pretty
a
much
fan
the
theory.
exact, but it's pretty much the exact costume.
Yeah, but they just like I think actually no, I take that back. That costume actually was from somewhere else in within the comics. So it was either Sir El or a, a very old design. So yeah, it's different things, elements, but it's not that specific of Injustice. The thing about with so many people just going by Injustice is because first of all, Tom Taylor, of course, he tried to get the credit for it, and it just went like wildfire. Um,
Yeah, exactly.
but
And
yeah,
yeah, and by Barry says, I've said it many times, Brit, for people, name me one thing Lois brings to the table as a person that Diana. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Barry, and I've said this before. About 99.9% of everything that people claim Lois brings to Superman are brought by 99% of other characters he interacts with. Like, if you want to go with the whole grounded and like makes him more human. Okay, let's go off of that. His best friend is Bruce Wayne.
right. You a lot of his grounding is from Smallville. That's the number one thing. And honestly, that's pretty much why I prefer the Kents to be um dead because it shows that they taught him enough. As growing up as a teen, he graduated high school, went to college, and that's it. And but that he still maintains what they taught him. He's had that quote unquote normal childhood, first love with Lana, he had a best friend with Pete, um, went to school. He grew up like a normal kid. It was just that, oh, he's superpowered. The first,
Eventually, he found out he had powers. Yeah, exactly.
yeah, Also, I would rather him learn of his heritage and everything when he's at least about 10 years old. Because I feel like if you go older, like what Byrne did, he doesn't have that appreciation. And it feels like they make it seem like it's so easily to be dropped. So with Clark learning at a very, very young age, that means that he can pretty much explore that side of him and accept it, earlier on. And that's pretty much what New 52 was, and even Golden Age. Um, he was he didn't even have the Kents, and he still became Superman. He learned with the motorcyclist taking him to an orphanage. And honestly, that's something that should be explored, to where if Clark was in an orphanage, he sees the suffering with other children who, you know, don't have parents, and then even if he goes out and see adults suffering, that even more so makes him want, to help people. Um, and that's something that we're just missing, because right now it just feels like Superman is so privileged, and he got a silver spoon fed, and we're
I mean,
trying
he's
to
supposed
make
to be
him.
champion of the oppressed, right?
And he's definitely not that right now. He's definitely um he it just seemed like he's not that inspiration. He's
Again,
not he's
when we went through Action Comics #1 for Superman Day, he's pretty much the champion of the oppressed, and I'm like, that's kind of what he is. And then, but by real quick, Cameron says, I've said this before, saying Lois makes a more human connection is false because, yeah, it exactly my point, Cameron.
right.
I've said this before. Jonathan, if we're taking the opinion that Superman is the most important being in the DC universe and everyone gets their cues from him, that makes the Kents literally the most important because he gets his small town family values and his desire to be a champion of the oppressed from their raising him.
Right. And seeing that he is, in the countryside, basically in this small town, and everyone is, learning survival. As a farmer, as, just being, so far out in, I wouldn't say so much the wild, but, just that more natural nature type setting, that that grounds you even more so.
And
Um,
real quick, Cameron brought up an interesting point. Thinking of Clark as an orphan connects him more with Bruce. Oh my gosh, yes.
Definitely.
Wow.
Definitely.
I never
There
thought of that.
Clark's Clark's connection, if he is to be the first hero, and as Jared said, he takes everyone else takes cues from him. That means that his connections are he has connections with everyone basically. And it can be on different levels, but yeah, if you want his best friend to be Batman, he has to have that connection. So OG Superman, he was an orphan. That is what he's still an orphan basically, because he doesn't have his biological parents. He was found by this
Mhm.
motorcyclist, or you know the kind couple. So he still can be labeled as an orphan, and just that he lost his biological parents still. And I mean, that's pretty much who Alfred is to Bruce. Is
Yeah.
he's the Kents, to him.
Oh yeah, Bruce
um
would. That would actually be an interesting Elseworld story. Like, what if Batman didn't have Alfred? He
yeah,
turns it. I think he turns into a supervillain.
Bruce definitely will have more of the resentment, and especially with um the darkness of Gotham, and how just the city itself is such a character, and it's a very dysfunctional character. So yeah, he would definitely turn into a supervillain. And then his connection with Diana, of course, is that immigrant of whether Diana had the choice to leave, her island. Clark didn't, so he's a refugee. But they still have that immigrant experience because they are, coming to this quote unquote foreign land to and how the world in reality is supposed to be, that you blend cultures together. And Diana, she's one not to hide that she loves her culture and she wants to basically share it with everyone. While
Yeah,
Clark, he's more reserved and he wants to hide it and protect it and also protect the outside world from it because he doesn't know the dangers. So,
exactly. And they played off of that a lot in the Charles Sewell book.
yeah, so honestly, how can you not want to explore this? What story have we seen actually that Lois expresses this of her learning the dead language of Krypton, of her actually exploring, that side of Clark? This is their way of saying what Williamson said that, oh, she gets to learn the side of Superman. Okay, Superman
Well, even on
in the
that, here's the thing, Britt. What I just realized on that. Okay, so she learns the outside of Superman. She really didn't, though. Here's why. Here's why. In their attempt to make her understand Superman, she didn't. What was she doing with those powers? She was just screwing off and just hanging out, throwing rocks to Superman most of the time. Yes, she indulged in battle sometimes, but most of the time when we saw it, she even admitted, "I didn't take these powers seriously." And I'm like, "Hey, lady, your
right.
husband is Superman. You didn't look, okay, maybe I should take these seriously because my husband has had these for longer."
Yeah, no. And the fact that you didn't see her like with John or anything like that, and yeah, they did like a fluff of, oh, show her in battle, but she felt more like a sidekick. And no, she didn't
She didn't
learn
really do
anything.
anything. Even in the storyline where she teamed up with the Justice League, it was mostly the League doing their own stuff. So in many ways, even the League outshines Lois Lane.
Exactly. And again, to say that, oh, she
And notice,
learns,
real quick, did you
mhm.
notice she was never on the same battlefield as Diana?
Diana was never going to show up anyway because
Well,
Diana would have
Superman, but
outshined
still.
her.
Yeah, exactly. Because everyone's
So
like, wait, it's like that one meme from James Gunn's Suicide Squad where Diana, where Superwoman looks at Diana and goes, she does everything I do, but Diana says, but better. It's essentially that's what it is. By the way, Omen has a great comment. He says, being online has made me realize DC is infested with purists stuck in the 60s and 70s, rejecting change or any improvements. Yeah, they are. Yeah, it's kind of like this. You're right, but I think add the 80s to that, and you got it because particularly with Superman, and Brit and I've said this many times, it feels like a lot of fans are forgetting that John Byrne did not create Superman. He updated it for the time. It arguably he did it poorly, but he updated it for the time. But it's not like, but it's like they treat it like the 80s Superman is the be all end all, where I'm sorry, he's just not.
exactly. The whole, the American Boy Scout, he can be a Boy Scout, but just the glorification of America and
Well,
such an obnoxious and you're not you're not exploring the flaws of America.
or you see, there's a way to do that where you can have them be super rah American, and it's like they Marvel has done this with Captain America, Brit, where again they had it where I say this all the time. Ultimate Captain America had a villain that kidnapped him and was basically reading him stories about all the atrocities America has done since Steve went into the ice. And one of the things Steve said is like, yeah, I know that. It's just I know everything this country has done. It's just I'm more of a believer in what this country can be. Because here's the thing. This is what you can always say about Superman. Granted, sometimes it could be a little naive of him, but he always looks for the potential for good. You could do that and have him say, listen,
Exactly.
this country is not perfect, but I believe in what this country can be, what these ideals are supposed to be. That's the American way.
Exactly. And that's all we want. We don't want another rebirth of especially Tomasi with his two
Mhm.
issues of, rah rah America. And it was basically like he just went to Wikipedia or some type of Um, well, uh, the the chat and the AI chat and Grok wasn't out yet at that time. But yeah, pretty much Wikipedia, and he just kind of like copied and pasted from there, and it just felt so offensive in a sense, because especially when he was having Clark as a mouthpiece saying that, oh, you know, like celebrities, but you don't know history. And it's like, okay, first
That's
of
true,
all,
though. That is kind of that's the one part I will defend, because too many people know like who the Kardashians are, but don't know who like any of the presidents are.
I mean, what child is
But
going to really care for the presidents? You know, it's
No, but in terms of school, you should pick up a few things. Now,
yeah,
it's more of a blasting of the American education system, because most people don't know the history of America. But
that's
it's
true.
like the basic. Most people don't know the structure of government that
That's
America
true.
has, and I'm like, guys, this is all basic stuff. But it's like even on this. So I'm gonna bring this up. I'm gonna tell you a funny story. So a couple of months ago, my mom and I watched the Superman Lois and Clark show with Dean Cain. And one of the things, so Lois is a total B in that movie. My mom literally turns to me and goes, I see why you don't like Lois.
All right.
It's like she is the most. This is the other thing, and actually, Cameron brings up an interesting point. Lois doesn't connect with Clark about Smallville. Let's not forget she didn't know he was Superman. She kept insulting him about being a farm boy. Yeah, that Smallville thing.
Exactly.
It's kind of
Exactly.
like she called him a hick. I think she even called him a hick one time.
Yes, the whole thing about calling him Smallville was very demeaning. The way it has changed to be supposedly affectionate, it still has that derogatory sense of making him feel small. And yeah, she doesn't honestly, again, we've never seen Lois actually care for being in Smallville unless, you know, they want to have these moments where Lois is just the wife, you know, baking pies like she was with Jerry and Tomasi. We don't see her. Yeah, you say that she's connecting with Superman only with the powers, that's surface level. But is she connecting with Cal? That's the one
Exactly.
thing that I noticed that these fans also don't bring up. They bring up Clark, they bring up Superman, but they never bring up Cal. And
Because
that
they
is the
don't
one
care
thing,
about that part. Because remember, very key here. People keep thinking that John Byrne invented Superman.
yeah, he doesn't have just two identities. He has three, and
Mm-hmm.
even more than that, because it's very complex with how he also opens up in the way he opens up as Clark. Because you have Smallville Clark, and then you have Metropolis Clark. You have when you have Cal, you know, in the Fortress of Solitude, or you have Cal pretty much with the Justice League. And Superman is just the general of who he is basically all around the world and what he does for people. That's how I look at it. So it's a very complex identity, and when you ignore one aspect of the complexity of that identity, you just lose the character as a whole to me.
Exactly. So anyway, continuing on. So that's why. So the reason why we went on this rant, the thing about like because Frank was very vocal that he didn't want Superman, or like he doesn't like superheroes with like normal love interests, which he's got a point when you think about it. And that's why he put Superman with Wonder Woman ultimately in his universe. Grant, and the only time he did it poorly was again All-Star Batman and Robin, but you could say that that's like Batman's perspective on who these characters are. And honestly, when you told me that, Brit, of the way to think about it, I enjoy that book a lot more. But it's like that's why when he invented the character of Electra in his, I think it's called The Man Without Fear, when you know, it's kind of funny. Electra was created, Brit, when essentially Frank Miller like Man of Steel Daredevil. In other words, he gave him another he redid the origin story, and this is where we get like a lot of the mainstays of Matt's history, Elektra being one of them from the very beginning.
Exactly. And I think this is where the quote comes from is I think the actual question
Yep.
is why he created Electra, and
Hmm.
so that's where this quote is from. I'll try to look up the I couldn't find the entirety of the source. I just found this part on Tumblr, but
Hmm.
it's probably, somewhere you got to do a deep dive within the internet to, see that whole thing. But yeah, I believe that question was why did he create Elektra and about Daredevil's relationship with her. And that's what prompted him to talk about um, Superman and Lois's relationship and why he should be with Wonder Woman. And honestly, for that to be the inspiration of creating Elektra speaks so much of um, Clark and Diana's relationship. And I saw, a lot of people saying how Lois when they were debating on, the top female characters in not only DC but also just comic books in general, and they talked about Lois, and it's kind of like, and some of the fans will say, "Oh, she's iconic because she is the love interest, and she, created the whole trope of love interest being reporters." And it's like, well, what comes with that? First of all, you're only emphasizing and focusing on her being the love interest. That is not the flex you think it is. What about her as an individual? And second, as a reporter, she's putting herself in danger to be rescued by the male hero. So it's really, and also the whole thing about her being his love interest and writing the article, being biased and stuff like that. So it's really not, when you analyze that, again, that's not a flex. That's not really emphasizing her being iconic or her um, being a positive influence now on why women should be love interests or something like that. But when you look the fact that Miller was inspired by Clark and Diana's relationship to give Daredevil an equal. On that is so much better and so much more um, powerful and honestly more respectful for the female character.
And notice when he did when he and Brian Azzarello did the book uh, um the
Master Race.
yes, thank you. They dealt a lot with Krypton in that. Again, that's why you no one will ever convince me that Frank is a bad writer that doesn't understand these characters, because like put this way, the way he expressed it may not have been like the best. However, when you get to the overall message, he directly dealt with a lot of the stuff that Brit and I have said to do all the time. He had Clark and Diana teaching their daughter and son how to like embrace who they are, teach them about Krypton and the Amazons and stuff. So when you think about it, Frank was one of the best writers for these characters.
Yeah, not only that, but again, yeah, the fact that this is Dark Knight universe and it is from Batman's perspective, so you're gonna have these darker versions of the characters and
Particularly that version
exaggerated.
of Batman that was laughing and going, "I love being Batman."
Exactly. And when you really analyze their character, and especially, yeah, when um Raphael Grumpa and Miller was doing Golden Child, they talked about Laura being, I think she is 20, 19 or 20.
One of
And
those.
uh, funny enough, that's when Diana left the island when she was 19.
Mm-hmm.
So she's growing up to basically try to find herself. And it's she's caught in between, being Kryptonian and having these powers, just like her father, but also her training and her mindset and her attitude comes from Diana. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like she's trying to balance, both of those, especially because she's so stubborn too, and that comes from Diana and trying to just see the world and also she was isolated. Um she was hidden away from the government. So she has this sort of resentment for humanity, and she has to learn to see the good. And that's the same thing pretty much as, the Amazons, their story. So yeah, Frank really, when you analyze it and take away the exaggerated parts, or the those well, yeah, exaggerated parts, there's really a story and character development and character there. And Jonathan, he's basically, yeah, he was a baby Buddha, but it's also just an accumulation of Clark and Diana, as that um he sees the world for what it is. He sees the potential, and he sees the, you know um even with Laura being the more cynical one, he's cynical as well, but he just sees that humanity is worth saving. And that's something that can be explored, especially with siblings. And seeing that opposite sides of Clark and Diana's perspective. But it's switched, you know. Um, and it just a lot of the story potential that DC has, they ultimately fumble every time. You know, if we would have had um Dark Knight 4, or some more, exploration, especially because Grandpa has expressed he wants to expand on Laura, Jonathan, and Carrie, and as a natural progression as the new Trinity for the Dark Knight universe. And that's honestly very unique that they have Laura and Carrie, two female um, legacy characters as for Batman and Superman. And then you have Jonathan that represents not just Clark and Diana, but he mostly uh, represents Diana, and especially with him having the golden jacket as
Mm-hmm.
representation for the golden lasso too. So yeah, those unique types of things um, that we pretty much crave. And again, Frank Miller's universe is exaggerated. It might have some fumbles and, things that we don't necessarily agree with. However, the creativeness and the potential is there, especially for the characters, and just that sort of message that we want to be conveyed with these characters.
Exactly. So then we get to Daredevil and Electra, and again, it's like the thing about these two, what actually works really well, and you said it yourself. One of the things that Brit and I have said since the very beginning of this podcast, one of the things that with Clark and Diana, one of the things that makes them so appealing as a couple is that they're equals. Like I've said many times, Superman and Wonder Woman represent true gender equality. So there's that. When you look at Daredevil and Electra, again, they are equals because they have the same combat training. They were actually trained by the same guy. They they're actually now partners, and I believe right now, currently, co-Daredevil, as a matter of fact. And what's cool in the Zdarsky run, because I recently finished it, there was this part where Elektra takes over as Daredevil, and it puts her in this interesting scenario where she's like, because before she was a little bit more brutal and lethal, but she had to say, I'm not, I have to restrain myself because I'm not going to dirty Matt's mantle.
Yeah, and honestly, this is so much better than they may have the Cole mantle as Daredevil, but this is better because again, she's still a unique character of her own, and much better, than the whole Superwoman thing and being basically gender bent Clark.
That's what she is. And here's the thing: it's not like Elektra is gender bent Daredevil. She's not.
No.
She's her own character, and that's what makes it very great. And it's like Selena is not gender bent Bruce, and that's when you really know you have a good couple. Because yeah, people talk about predictable. Oh, Superman and Superwoman. Yeah, it makes sense they would be together. That's predictable as hell. But it's like when you have people that on paper shouldn't work. Like when you think about it, take Batman and Catwoman. When you with Bruce's like devotion to, for lack of a better term, absolute justice, pun intended, and Selena like being like somewhat of a criminal, but she does it for the right reasons. If you know what I'm saying, it's like that shouldn't work. The reason why it does work is because when you have characters that aren't like gender bent blank, they challenge parts of their ideology. This is another reason why that's damn Charles Sewell book that we reference every goddamn episode is so good, because in the first issue, literally the first issue, when you see like Clark and Diana, Clark is talking to Kat at the restaurant, Diana's talking to Hestia at the dojo. They're both talking about kind of the same thing, where Clark is talking about being more like garden stuff, and then Diana talks about it bothers me that Clark and I can't be so open about what we have. And I'm like, yeah, that. And then when Diana goes to Themyscira and talks to the statue of her mother and goes, he is so like guarded, and I'm used to being so open. He wants me to go places where I don't know if I can go, and I'm like, that's healthy drama. And that again, you wouldn't get that with Zois.
No, because remember when they were talking about first, Williamson wanted them to both have PTSD because of Death of Superman, and with Doomsday. But even that, he pretty much undercut that as well with the time trapper and all of that. And the way Clark talks about that he's immortal, basically, and that, at some point he's going to outlive everyone. And
Except for Diana, but that's like,
well, of course she wasn't going to be mentioned because again, the whole, thing. But he felt some type of way about that. And when trying to have those type of conversations with Lois, she undercuts it and she veers off. With first, she just said, "Oh, that's dark," in one conversation that they had, and in the other one, I believe she said, "Well, this is the present time, and I just want to be Clark and Lois, for now." And while that sentiment can be good,
that's not
don't worry about.
That's not the world comes first. That's saying we come first.
Yeah, and it's kind of like that sentiment of don't worry about the future, we'll get to that, and just worry about the now. That is something that can be said, but at the same time, it just felt like you just said, you're still not understanding, the depth or the importance to address this. That
And
yeah,
by the way, Jillian brings up, hopefully they never give Steve Trevor powers. Don't give Tom King any ideas.
I know, right? Honestly, with him being a statue, I wouldn't be surprised if that's how he comes back.
He's regenerated as the statue. Not before I write Wonder Woman and have her smash that statue to pieces.
Honestly, it definitely should happen. But I think that is what I wouldn't be surprised if that's what Tom King is thinking, that he's just going to really just let me choose some better words.
He'll give Steve a Clay origin.
Yeah, but the Clay origin definitely, yeah, is it's in the dirt basically. He's with Lizzie and now Steve, and like I said in the chat the other, or was it last night or the other day, the fact that everything that King is doing is a slap in the face, or a swipe on Perez. The fact that he gave Steve like this random grandmother that we've never known, just basically out the backside, and named Lizzie after her. That is the same thing with Perez having Diana named after Steve's mother. But of course, it was his mother, not his grandmother. And then the fact that the connection to it, how because Diana was named after his mother, and Steve being older, he is Diana's like big brother figure. But now with Lizzie being named after a grandmother, and it was to emphasize or really force this now romantic connection with Steve, is that now he's the father figure for Lizzie instead. And it's kind of like, the thing that made Perez run so unique and so powerful is that it revolved around the female influence. And
Yeah.
the fact that King is going the total opposite direction, and to say that, oh no, Wonder Woman's purpose and motivation is Steve, a man. No, it's not. Even if he wanted to have the grandmother or the mother of Steve, he didn't even put that in. He basically said, no, Diana and everything that she has, her purpose is because of Steve. And that just like, if you want us to care for love interests, regular love interests and stuff like that, stop putting them on a pedestal and stop um, downing and undercutting your main character. And it's very obvious of what they're trying to do with Clark and Diana, of knowing that in 2025 a lot of the superhero dynamics, they don't really emphasize on um the civilian supporting cast. It's it's just unnecessary because you have such a larger world and that you don't really need it. Like with Diana, she can be a global hero. You can have the stability of Vanessa and Julia, um, Steve and Etta, but at the same time, I would more so emphasize on Julia and Vanessa because of the mother-daughter relationship.
Yep.
Etta Etta really needs more emphasis because she is the first like outside world female friend that that Diana has. So that is important. Steve, really, just that big brother relationship they have that Perez built is so much more powerful than being romantically involved with the first man she met. It just seems like you're trying to put her as a Disney princess and make her like this, basically the airhead type of Disney princess.
And,
And
and
that's
and
not it.
again, the other thing is like when you look at Steve, he's a plot device to get her off the island. But anyway, continuing on real quick. So let's review real quick Clark and Diana, because the thing about Clark and Diana is that again, that they are, yes, they are similar, and that's going to be part of it. But the thing of this is, it's the idea that like they understand each other so well, and they both understand the struggle that each other goes through so well. And we've said this ad nauseum about this. And again, the new 52 really weighed into this. And I'm like, yeah, even though it was like a pull it out of our ass because we want to rapidly change stuff, because that's what the relationship canonization was, they made it fit really well.
Yeah. And again, yeah, we keep saying the same thing over and over because it's basically like we have to keep bashing this over the heads because the stubbornness of the fandom. I mean, we can give panels and pages, write-ups and everything like that. And yet it's like the information goes overhead, one ear out the other. And again, it's the stubbornness of the fandom because they don't like change. They don't like other relationships being explored because, especially if a relationship that really has more, it has a little bit more of something, more depth, more just that appeal, and what I sent you earlier today, the love interest countdown for Superman, and how when you read that article and you see how Diana's relationship, the write up for that, it basically shows why their relationship is so unique and stands out more. Because again, Diana, with Diana, you are exploring all three aspects of Clark, Kal, and Superman. With Diana, you can say that again, the antithesis of what the Amazons think of men of and with power. Um, how Clark is, you know, he's not he can be powerful, and you can look at it as that physical um aspect, because that is what Hercules and Zeus pretty much, that aspect was emphasized with them of how they could abuse the Amazons, and how
Exactly.
Clark is basically the total opposite. He's, and how his powers are used to more so protect the Amazons, and he shows his worthiness of and love for their princess. You know, that is something that again they're not explored, but um, something that I wish would be explored more, and under even them as friends. That is something that's just so important that should be explored, and yeah, bring back Hippolyta too, because honestly, her death was just unnecessary to me.
Hmm.
So, you know, just let her live out however long she has. Even though she's immortal, it's still, she can kick the bucket later. But some things we need more of, and with that, it just feels so incomplete for Hippolyta to really be a part of Diana's journey. It feels
Exactly.
like it feels like Diana's journey is so stagnant, and without Hippolyta to basically learn with Diana, it just feels like I said, it's incomplete.
But by the way, I just want to say real quick, I love Zed. Oh wow, I'm actually early this time, so Lois get killed yet. Never change, brother. Never change, my man. Never change. Unfortunately, no. But our day will come, my good friend. We have to do a celebratory episode. We're gonna sing the na 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 song when she
Oh
when
my
she
god.
inevitably kicks the bucket. I'm saving that song for two things: when King leaves Wonder Woman, and when Lois Lane is shown is ushered to the great beyond. And and if there's an FBI guy watching me through my webcam, I'm talking about a fictional character. Even YouTube, I'm talking about a fictional. This is not a real person. Oh, she's still alive.
Oh my
No,
god.
cue Darth Vader. But Barry also points out many times wild how many times Clark and Diana go to each other for emotional comfort than Lois and Steve. Yeah, isn't that
Yes,
funny?
that is true.
How Clark goes to her because again, this gets to the fatal flaw of Lois. She doesn't understand his Lois does not understand Clark as well as Diana does. And no matter what they do to Lois, they could give her powers, she will never understand Clark as well as Bruce, as well as Diana does. And
That-
by the way, real quick, I love how after Superman and Wonder Woman kissed, and also Batman and Robin, Plastic Man turned into a heart.
yes.
I'm like, there you go. Nice job, Plas. Nice job. By the way, what's up, Luffy? And then he goes, like I've said a million times, DC fame is ruled by nostalgia. Yes, that's pretty much it. And by the way, nice pun by saying nostalgia is king in DC. Oh, nice. But that's the point there, because they're like, oh no, that's not my Superman. And I'm like, no, but that's Superman. If it has the DC logo on it and it's the current iteration of Superman, like it annoys the crap out of Joseph Santos. Lois is alive. The hell for? Beats me. But Brit, you know what annoys the crap out of me? Whenever I hear people talk about new 52 Superman as not real Superman.
The only reason why he wasn't real Superman was, number one, of course, they would say he wasn't with Lois, which again, his Superman in general, being romantically linked to Lois does not define him. If it defines him, then we are basically, seeing uh, the beginnings of Injustice Superman or Homelander or Omni Man or something.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Second, because he fought like OG Superman, Golden Age. You know, And the fact that these fans are so used to post-crisis Superman being the um sort of a government stooge, again, the American poster boy, this Boy Scout, naive and overly optimistic in a very just blinded type way, um, and being second fiddle to Batman. Letting Batman basically uh, kick him in the knees. you know, uh, New 52 Superman wasn't like that. He had a backbone. He was confident, and his confidence was ruled as he was edgy, and
He was cocky, or as Jay Heat would say in the early days of Comics League, he was an a-hole.
he really. I mean, he was a bully, but he was a bully to bad guys.
He was a bully to the right people. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure it's okay
So
to
I
be
mean,
bullied to a-holes.
so I mean, why not? Why not have at least even with his conversation with Diana, he says, "Why don't I wear a mask? Because I don't want the people who I'm trying to protect to fear me." So if he was just that bad, he would be um trying to throw his weight around as this powerful being. He would try to act godly, but he didn't want people to fear him. Again, reading is fundamental. Reading the actual content instead of just making these outlandish projections and purposely misreading certain things and judging, the personality of this character. He was the definition of who Superman is supposed to be. If anything, I would say that post crisis and the iteration of right now is a pale comparison.
Yeah, post crisis is again. That's why I call him Coward Superman. It's not just like the hiding in a storm cellar while there's a tornado in town.
yeah,
I'm like, how is that real Superman? But it's like he doesn't stand up when the situation calls for it. Because I got news for you: half the crap that post crisis Superman dealt with, that hid from new 52 soups, he would have been like, okay, I gotta go to work, and he opens the shirt, and I'm like, yeah, how is that real Superman? And by the way, Cameron says, wasn't there a scene in the original Superman movie where Clark bullies a bully and people say he was in the wrong for it? There was a scene, by the way, Brit. So you know how in Man of Steel, when Clark destroys the truck of that logger because that dude was grabbing someone's ass?
yes.
And you know how Superman fans freaked out about that? You know what Christopher Reeve did in the second Superman movie?
Didn't he get into a fight at the diner or something?
Yeah. And so he lost his powers. He literally goes back at the end of the movie. This is the ending of the movie. He goes
Oh,
back and beats on the
yeah.
guy.
Which
And I'm like,
really,
how
that
is that Superman? If you guys are okay with that, why are you complaining about this?
honestly, that scene is so kind of like, it might have seemed cool back then, but when you actually analyze that, so basically,
He went
Clark,
back.
he because he got humiliated and got beat up without the powers. So now he feels macho and that he can fight now because he has the powers. So basically, you know, that he doesn't have that confidence. The only reason why he's Superman in that shallow sense is because of the powers. Um, that is pretty much what that scene was saying to me. It was because he got beat up, he was humiliated, was acting pretty much like the coward that he pretended to be, and then only when he got the powers back was trying to have that confidence and bullying. Yeah, the guy deserved to get bullied back, but at the same time, again, Clark's whole thing was still he needed like his powers to do so. And I just mean New 52 Superman, powers or not, he will still throw hands. This iterations of Superman,
Remember, my favorite moment in Superman history is because someone talked bad about Diana.
right? You know, that that
Literally, the dialogue people is okay. So the dude Apollo makes a snide comment about Diana. So Clark goes, okay, so you're a god, right? That's not just some affectation. He goes, yeah, and then Superman goes, good. So it means when I punch you, I don't have to hold back. And I'm like, yes, there you go. That's my
right,
boy.
right. I mean, that is how Superman is supposed to be. The one that just wants to, you know, he doesn't even talk. I don't know, but just the way he is characterized, and especially the whole grandpa father type figure thing that they trying to push on him because he has John and now well the twins doesn't necessarily they don't have any type of um relevance right now, but to have the twins and everything, they want him to have like this yeah this father figure mentality of and middle aged and stuff like that. He doesn't really have that spark and fire that Superman is supposed to have. Honestly, I feel like if we had New 52 Superman and he was um the same age, he would still have the fire, you know.
Oh, that's not going away. That's a character thing. It's like I love Cameron. Apollo effed around and found out. Yes,
Exactly.
that is the best way to describe that
Yeah,
moment.
he did. He
Oh
did.
my gosh. Yeah. Oh, he found out. Oh boy, did he find out. But Omen says double standards when coming to DC purists is insane. Why is someone with a username Bale Batman 45 complain about Batfleck killing as if Batman? Not only that, Omen. That's a good example you used in Dark Knight. Batman is driving the Batmobile. He literally drives it into the semi truck that the Joker's goon is driving, and the truck pancakes into the ceiling, killing the driver. So I'm like, or he killed the driver when he flipped the truck. Every movie Batman has killed. Keaton did it with a big smile on his face after he dropped a hand grenade down someone's pants. So I'm like, that is my thing. I'm like, oh, and by Barry says it's a good thing. My problem with my adventure with Superman Clark is that he lacks the very fire you guys are describing. Yes, he is very soft.
Because
Now,
they want him.
he to be clear, real quick, we're not saying make Superman total. Superman can be soft at times because there are times when that's appropriate. It's just DC overemphasizes that when realistically he would also be this like this is my problem when people call these heroes pacifists, and Brit knows this because we had a conversation similar to this with someone yesterday. The thing is, none of these heroes are pacifists because pacifism is a aversion to violence under any circumstances. No. Any of these superheroes, whether or not it's Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Flash, any of them will use violence. They won't use it as the first option, but they are not in any way like completely opposed to using force.
Right. And like I said that Diana, she would talk first, you know.
Oh, yes,
Um
they would
and
use
she
words first.
yes, she will talk first. But when it is just like ultimately no redeemable, you know, qualities to whatever villain, then yeah, they will, you know, choose violence. And that it's not like they will kill them, you know, it's not like that unless it is a choice. And that
Maxwell
brings
Lord.
up yes, yes, exactly. The whole story of Max Lord is so stupid because of this no kill rule.
Unless we wrote it.
True. But with the story that DC published,
Yeah.
um the way that it was handled and how um
The
the
fallout
double
to it
standards.
is where I have issues
Yeah,
with that.
the double standards of both Clark and Bruce. Clark, he killed before, and yeah, he did have like this regret, and he
Mhm.
was it was something that traumatized him, and he was dealing with it. Honestly, you take that and he had no choice, you know.
Yeah,
So you take that and let him see Diana's perspective is that she had no choice because if she wouldn't have killed Lord, he had possession of Clark, and he was going to have Clark kill her, um, and everyone else in the world, basically just let him loose like a rabbit chihuahua or something like that. And for Clark not to understand that because they wanted this contrived conflict and to ruin their friendship, it just really it did damage to Diana in the sense of how these other writers and fans think that Diana is just the killer warrior. However, it also did damage with Clark because it just made him seem like such a weakling. He wasn't um to not understand why she did so, and even with New Frontier, how he tried to um preach to Diana when she let the women kill their rapists. It was yeah, they deserved it, because they had to watch those same rapists kill their families. So yeah, that it is very it's a tightrope. You're walking a fine line with playing the judge, juror, and executioner. However, in some circumstances and stuff, you have to. We see that all the time in movies or they have shows about that, crime shows about that, of how people take um, action because authorities aren't helping them. So they have to do it themselves. And sometimes those people are seen as the hero. And they don't get in trouble for that. So I don't see how Wonder Woman being the goddess of truth, being, she had the lasso around Lord, and he told his truth that if you don't kill me, I am going to have, Superman just wreak havoc. Um, that just wasn't taken accounted for, and I don't understand how you can just um, ignore all that and Clark to write him that way, just for some contrived conflict that has done long-term damage on the characters.
exactly,
So
exactly.
yeah, so for me, they should not have a no-kill rule. They should, if you want to explore,
It's not the first option. We can say that.
yeah, if you want to explore those types of stories, it should have a little bit more maturity and depth to it. Um,
Exactly. It's too simple. By the way, Cameron brings up a good point. Yeah, you had Clark defending that because of that stupid no kill rule. And I'm like, dude, A, they're enemy combatants in a war, and B, they just committed this. And Diana didn't directly kill them. She just released them and left the choice to them. So
yeah,
it's it's really stupid. So then you get to the other tropes and the specific things about these two, and Brett and I have talked about this. Like even now, when they're allowed to interact, they're basically work spouses. I mean, Diana can assure you that Clark knows how to get his hands dirty.
ha,
I have to reference that every single episode
I
because that
know,
will
I
never
know.
not be funny. But and it's again in the strengths section. That again, this is why I always say. Again, Superman and Wonder Woman represents true gender equality because you have the most famous female superhero, the most famous male superhero. Let me go on for that. I know that sounds bad, but it's also the idea that you have the two. Clark and Diana are equals in practically every way. Like in many ways, Diana has the advantage because she of the three, she is the one most I hesitate to say most likely to kill, but she is the one that will resort to lethal force first, I think, because of her warrior upbringing, because that is a very important part of it. But so she is willing to push past that. But the thing about it is from a power standpoint and from a standing standpoint in the DC universe, they are 100%, for lack of a better term, they are the king and queen of the DC universe.
Exactly. I mean, Clark, yeah, he is supposed to be the epitome of this masculine type character, but in a respectful manner. It's not the hyper masculine, chauvinistic or, um, macho man type thing. He and with Diana, she's the epitome of um this feminine character, but she can match Clark intellectually, emotionally, and physically, and they can balance each other out. They can truly challenge each other. And even with the whole saving thing, yeah, they can get into situations where they are saving each other, but it's not where um it's not that you have to change one or the other to make that happen. It happens naturally. Um, it's like with having I don't want to really reference the story because it was done
Oh boy.
the way Truth was done. Of course, we don't like it, but for issue 18, when Diana says that she is his sentinel and that um she if one of them can fly, they both can fly. Or the fact of issue 6, with splitting the atom. Diana had the sword that can split the atom, and Clark could see the atom itself. So they were able to guide each other in that sense. Those types of things, again, you are putting them in these challenges that quote unquote normal you know, couples go through, but on a grander, more high fantasy type way. And that is something that, again, in 2025, that's what we need and want. I don't want to stay stuck in the 70s where Clark, he has to lose his powers in order to be with a love interest. So he has to, um, yeah, lose the powers to be normal in that sense, and or ignore um, his uh, heritage that gives him the powers. Or it's not called Clark Kent comics or Clark
Nope.
Kent. It's called Superman, and his name again is Cal as well. It's not
And
just
notice
Clark and
the other book is called Action Comics.
right. um, and with Diana, how we're seeing with King of what he's doing with her, having her motivation solely based on the death of um, Bland Steve. No, that is not her. Her mission is never for a man. Yeah, at first with the how she got off the island, it was to follow Steve but that was of that time. Even the Diana Prince identity, it was from another nurse. And when
Mhm.
she, um was trying to
It
be
was
closer to Steve.
right
How
there. That right there.
Yeah, however, it's still the fact that over time she has evolved to where she doesn't the identity isn't a necessity to her, but the way New 52 had it, where Diana can have an open identity, but if she wants to just have a dinner out, she can still blend in and have that moment of peace. And that's pretty much how I see her when dealing with the identity and with Clark too. honestly, he is to have a secret identity for a while, but after Superman maybe about 20 years in, the identity he should have an identity reveal. And the same way as Diana, they can go out and have dinner, but at the same time they can play on the whole disguise thing with the glasses, and
And by the
but
way,
they are. Mhm.
if I did that, I would have a scene where some criminals are like, "No, you get it? We know who Superman is. We can go like get revenge on him." And then it's like maybe Parasite or Metallo goes, "His wife is Wonder Woman. What do you think is gonna happen?" That has to be a conversation where they're like, "Hell no!"
I just think if you were going to have Diana as an ambassador, Clark as a reporter, reporters, okay, so that is also the one thing that kind of it when you analyze these characters, and it's so many contradictions with them, not the contradictions that Tom King tried to force on Diana, but it's the ones that are to make relationships work, and also to emphasize on certain characters like Lois. If you are seeking the truth, or you are speaking on the truth, why is it that Superman is hiding, basically, yeah, the biggest story, but also he is living the biggest lie? Because you are a reporter who, you know, that is what basically you are embodying the truth. You are and also having the fact of him giving Lois stories, and being her source. So is she really doing her um the work on her for herself? And like with giving her or saying that she's a Pulsar Prize winner, she got the Pulsar because of Clark.
Yeah,
So
by the way, look at Barry. Imagine someone finding out his identity, going after with kryptonite, then suddenly finding a lasso around his throat. Think about your next move very carefully. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Imagine how badass that would be. And they're like, it's like all of a sudden you have the Morgan Freeman voice. It was at that moment he knew he effed up.
oh my god.
That has to. If Brit and I ever write that story for DC, we need to do that, and we're just gonna call that brief one shot "Stupid Decisions."
Wow.
That's
Jay.
what we're gonna call it. We're gonna have the villain saying they're gonna be like, "We can go after his family. We can get payback," and then Metallo goes, "Remind me, who is he married to?" And then they go, Wonder Woman, and then Metallo's like, "I'm gonna let you think about that very carefully for a moment." And then whoever the villain is like, "I see what you're saying," and then you have that moment, and then she's like, and oh wait, I got it. We homage the Apollo scene, but with Diana. She has the lasso around the dude's face, pulls it in, and says, "You didn't think this through, did you?"
That would honestly be a very hilarious
And then
thing.
she throws Metallo into a wall, and then like we homage the Green Lantern scene where she goes, "This gives me no pleasure, but I'm sure you've heard that before." That's my favorite New 52 Diana line ever. Oh
Wow.
God! Barry Stubb says Wonder Woman and Superman are a great couple, King and Queen. Yes, thank you, Stubb. And yeah, but that's my thing. I again, it annoys the potential was there when he must not be named, but ruined Superman had the identity reveal and didn't do anything with it. I'm like, dude, there is a potential here. I know he wasn't married to Wonder Woman, but still, I'm like, even you could have had a criminal go, his best friend is Batman. I'm not screwing with that.
Yeah, but the thing is, again, they are very surface level with
I
how they
know.
are dealing with even just take out the romantic aspect of Clark and Diana's relationship because we had post crisis, they had hints of it, but they were still best friends and so close that you can pretty much read them either way. And like you said, they are work spouses. So even if you just take that and what can be explored with that, that type of depth and challenging them. The current writers don't even want to do that. Even with having, World's Finest with Mark Waid, the way that book has fallen off, because first of all, now it's basically like a tie-in book for Mark Waid's events.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have where it's a lot of padding with that book. It's not really giving you what makes the world's finest the world's finest. And I think that that is something that when you have team up books, the story arcs, they have to keep that consistent of what's the purpose of this partnership. And that is something that's missing. The only thing that really DC is going by is that, oh, Batman and Superman, they have always been the world's finest. So that's it, that's all. So you have to accept it as what it is. Um, just like the love interest. Oh, they've always been with them, or they've always been the love interest. So that's it. That's it. That's all. You have to accept it. But no, when you are trying to get new fans to invest, you have to give them a story, to start with, to basically have them really understand the purpose of these relationships and these characters. And that is just something that DC does not want to do. You have all in and you're creating an Elseworld of Absolute. Absolute is good because even with Diana being raised in hell and she is more magical witchy, her personality is still very much the Diana that we recognize. With She loves the underworld, the animals or
That was
demons.
such a good moment. We'll talk about that at the end of the episode because trust me, you better believe we're going to talk about Absolute and
Right.
Seven.
She loves those demon whatever they are creatures in the underworld. Uh, and that's the same thing that we would see from mainline Diana, not Tom King's, but Perez version or something, that she loves animals.
How about
Um,
wait? Here's our designation: Wonder Woman prior to King.
yeah, prior King. So, yeah, she loves animals. And then with Absolute Clark, or Cal, um, he is basically again going through the OG, golden age Superman. He's not post crisis, and anyone who has a problem with absolute Superman thinking that because he's in a dark, I mean, first of all, there's no way to complain about absolute in general because it is a darker world. So I'm not sure why some people are complaining that it's too dark when that's the purpose.
Because remember, Superman can never be dark, even though have you read Post Crisis Superman?
Yeah.
Anyway, continuing to Daredevil and Electra. So, Daredevil and Electra. So, the interesting thing about this couple is like, when you think about it, of their world, they are the Superman and Wonder Woman because it's like she is like, in many ways, the more warrior type of the two. And they are, like we said before, equals. But Britt, tell us about Daredevil and Electra.
Okay. First of all, with the panel that I chose,
I love
um,
that panel. I
when
have
he
that
said
comic.
when he said that she's a nice girl, that is also in comparison to when Clark calls Diana a nice
There
girl
you
when
go.
she kisses him.
I just noticed that. Oh my god.
Yeah, so that's definitely something that's really
I
neat
see what
that
you did there, Frank.
yeah, that's very neat that he had that. So, of course, not all of these couples that we um, cover I am so deep in familiarity with. So I have to, of course, do the research, and I am so glad that when we cover Marvel's um couples, they have like on their website, they
Mm-hmm.
cover most of the couples
Mm-hmm.
um and have like this extensive write-up for them, and it's like, thank you, Marvel, for that.
Mm-hmm.
You might be fumbling and very
And everything
embarrassing right
else, but,
now.
but you can you can do a good write up.
But yeah, that very helpful.
Now, how about a write
So
off? Explain to me what internet gas is.
what?
I thought you knew that. It's when they did the New Warriors, and one of the characters got their powers. The character's screen time got their powers
Oh, you
by
told
being
me that. Oh
exposed
my God.
to his grandfather's experimental internet gas.
Jared, you know, when you tell me things, some things I want to forget. So I
And,
definitely
and,
forgot
and
about
that's my
that.
responsibility to remind you of them.
Oh my God. You see that? Wow. Now I have to take like probably a couple of days to forget again, but you're gonna remind me. So
I'll remind you again.
right.
I'll
So
randomly send you a text. Internet gas.
oh my God. So, Daredevil and Electra, just like how we talked about Clark and Diana, they are the most hopeful and um not naive type of hopeful, but you have this brightness to them. Well, with Daredevil and Electra, you have the more darker type relationship, the um dangerous, and it's kind of like Batcat too. You know, that mystery and the chase, in a sense. You have that as well. But they also have this similarity to their differences of what they're doing, and especially with Electra too. Again, with researching this couple, it definitely gave me Batcat because Electra definitely gave um the gray area personality that Selena has, where she is definitely a femme fatale and anti-hero. She, sees Matt's ways, but at the same time, she will also go to the extreme if necessary because she was an assassin. And that is what compares her with Diana being a warrior. Yeah, a warrior of peace. And Diana would go for the peaceful route first. But if, push comes to shove, she will go into warrior mode. So that's exactly what Electra has is she goes into those assassin instincts. And they are both um, mirrors to each other,
Mm-hmm.
just like every other couple should be. It's not just a superpowered being with a non superpowered being. That's not what mirrors are. Mirror, when you see your reflection, there is certain, basically a two sides of the same coin type thing. And again, with Clark and Diana, you have that aspect of them being both being immigrants, but they on different spectrums of that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Diana chose to leave. Clark didn't have a choice, and so that's why he's pretty much a more of a refugee in that aspect. However, it still comes together. So that's the same thing that Daredevil and Electra has is their sense of justice is kind of the same but different.
Exactly. So then we get to a pair, and you notice when Frank both writes both relationships, he doesn't emphasize the like, oh, they're just doing regular couple stuff. And even Frank said that in the quote you provided. He goes, why would you focus so much on like domestic life when you like have Superman with Wonder Woman, they can fight side by side in battle. Same thing with Daredevil and Electra. Why would you focus so much on, oh, look, they're going shopping for new bedspreads?
Yeah, like in again going back to Rebirth, how um you or post crisis with Clark with Lois, you have him painting an apartment or looking for a apartment hunting, and it's like yeah, we've I've wrote that before of Clark and Diana moving into an apartment together or having a house together. But that isn't like the sole focus. It's
Hmm.
kind of like very much the ending or something, or it's it's giving them yeah that quote unquote normalcy, but at the same time is more of a it's a specialness to it, or it's more of a symbolism to it than
Yeah.
just we're trying to focus on, oh, this is how you be normal when you go looking for an apartment. No, that's boring.
Yeah,
You
exactly. It's
know,
like
we
it's,
want
it's it's like you do have a lot of writers, and Aaron Sparrow on my show brought this up. You have too many writers that are more slice of life writers and are trying to put only slice of life into superhero comics. And I'm sorry, that just makes it boring
no, you definitely need a balance. You can have the slice of life. I mean,
a little bit.
we have slice of life stories
Hmm.
in Shelterverse. We have that. But at the same time, it's still going on the grander scale. Morrison said Superman, he walks his dog, but the way he walks his dog is that he can go into space. you know, um, we've seen Kingdom Come. Clark is working on the farm. And what does he do? He lifts a tractor with one hand.
Hmm.
Um, the going on a date with Diana. They go to regular restaurants, sure, but they go out across um the country, instead of going to just a local metropolis restaurant or again meeting Diana's family. It's not just getting into a fight with her normal brother. Her brother is a god. you know
Hmm.
those types of things. Again, you're putting the realism into this high fantasy, and that is what makes these characters. You don't have to, as Frank said, domesticate them to a point of just being normal in that boring sense. You can have your normalcy, but everyone's normal is different. And that is what you're showing with these heroes.
Hmm. Yeah, exactly. And I'll never forget again going back to that scene. It's like, yeah, Clark makes a hobby. You could say his main job is punching gods. So it's like you're not gonna win in that argument, brother.
Right.
So let's go to the history of Daredevil and Electra.
Okay. So again, I did not know that Electra was not the main love interest.
Hmm.
That really surprised me, and that just pretty much shows how their relationship is natural and it's more emphasized, and also just more compelling, and the appeal to it just stands out more. And with Marvel, again, they are very much fumbling a lot of stuff. I give you that, Jared. But when it comes to some relationships, they will try to give um give relationships a chance.
Except
As
if you're a
basically,
Spider-Man fan.
yeah, as basically as far as they can take it and milk it. Um, that is also another thing with Clark and Diana's relationship is that DC is so hesitant and so like, well, what Didio said about being lazy is that is why the relationship can't be long term, because you don't have creatives that are creative enough to have it long term, and just that expectation to keep Clark and Diana's relationship fresh and keep challenging, keep it um on that grand scale. They just don't have that creativeness to do that. So with
Exactly.
Daredevil and Electra, or Matt and Electra, they again, with Frank building it up, that is something that he has it to where it is also like a tragedy, and it's again, it's like a chase, like Batcat. So with that theme and having them on and off, but you have that sort of, I can't stay away from you type thing, then that is pretty much easier to write as well. Um, and that is I like that kind of drama that they have.
Exactly.
He also wrote them. I didn't know that they had like a college romance
Yes,
too.
they did. They
So,
met in college, as a matter of fact.
so yeah, those types of things I really take heed to with, again, every couple that we've covered. They have this certain combination or this connection that they are in the same uh sub franchise, and connects them to basically being each other's, I don't want to say supporting cast, but that's what I would
To a
say for
degree,
now.
they are. To a degree,
Yeah.
they are.
So again, that's the big big difference of Clark and Diana's relationship, is because they can't be each other's, in that sense, reduced to a supporting cast. It has to be the main characters together,
Well,
and that
remember,
is again,
Tomasi said that where he's like, Diana demands the spotlight. And we're like,
yeah,
yeah,
you
no
have to have
crap,
them.
bro.
But the thing is, even if you have like Clark and Diana in each other's books, they had so many crossovers and being featured in each other's books from post crisis. But you felt that equality. You felt that they both stood out together. It wasn't Diana being reduced to Clark's supporting character, only if, like, really, that only happened in Rebirth, when you want Diana to be the mouthpiece for Lois. But if you write her respectful and write her as Clark's best friend, how she is supposed to be, as his moral compass, as basically like this, the person that he confides in, you're not going to get that feeling that she's just there for this support, in and then with Clark, he's not going to overshadow Diana in her stories, because first of all, his role is to basically, again, be the opposite of Hercules and Zeus. So
Mm-hmm.
he's definitely, the way that is supposed to be written, he will never overshadow Diana. He is to be to basically prove his worth, in to be in proximity of her stories, if anything.
Yeah, exactly. So then you get to, like every single comic book character ever invented, she has died.
Okay, so that panel of her, like, at the apartment, and she
Mm-hmm.
just kind of like falls on the steps. Maybe it's the art, but that seems like such a dramatic, very cheap movie scene that
Yeah, it
the
is. It
or
is.
like
She's like crawling, let's get to Matt. And then she just,
like
I'm dead, Matt. I'm dead.
it feels like, um was that Talia that died in the Dark Knight movie?
Oh, yeah. Where she had that really stupid death. She was like, that
That's exactly what this
was the
kind of like.
worst death scene in any movie ever.
Yes, or it definitely gives the vibe of those like very cheap Lifetime movies or Tubi movies. This is basically what they gave.
Lord Zed. Sorry, I was watching TV and didn't hear you correctly. Did someone say it's Lois dead? Now we're talking about Electra. Hey, DC, if you want to shock people, kill off Lois. Just saying.
They, I mean,
They
with killing
won't.
her off, they won't, because even though the internet is the internet, and folks are going to basically act like hornets and just go wild, raging, attacking any and everyone, and probably send DC headquarters, um, death threats. I mean, they still don't support the books anyway. So either way,
Yeah, so I'm like,
they
what do you care?
yeah, is basically like that. I mean, they don't really care for um the books now. We are seeing it that they don't um if you cared for Lois having powers, why didn't the book sales higher?
Yeah,
Um,
what? Why didn't her special even chart? I don't think it even charted.
it charted, but it definitely charted way low. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Okay, I see.
so with uh the Electra's death, of course, it is for man pain. And again, this is what I'm talking about: is that you're not going to um kill Diana for Clark to have man pain. When she did die, and when Perez was writing her, Clark's reflection of Diana again. If you're going to bring him up, it is always going to be him talking about Diana and how he basically reflect on his regret of that she's gone, and it also inspired him to speak about, you know, the hero community and what they had to do to honor her. And he also says it outright that he misses her and misses her eyes, and thought about looking into her eyes and how innocent and pure she was, and feeling bad because she had such ambition to fight for this world and fight for peace, and now she's gone. And then he says that he fell for her, or almost did, because of who she was in her eyes and everything like that. That is why Clark will be in Diana's books. Is pretty much him, uh, in a sense, worshiping Diana in a very healthy manner.
Yeah,
And again, because he is supposed to represent the total opposite of Zeus and Hercules.
exactly. So then we get also like any other comic book character ever, she comes back to life.
Yes, death and resurrection is just so
Thanks, Jurgens,
it's
because
just
it was
not.
his fault.
Yeah, really, we don't care for death anymore. It's not even shock value anymore. It's not something that you could really take serious unless it's Steve. Steve, you can take serious because he dies. Even though he come back to life, it can be like decades or so before he comes back. So
And
that's
see,
the
here's the thing: what
only.
I would do if I came in to write Wonder Woman after Tom King brings him back, I would retcon. Oh yeah, that's just a construct created by the gods. It was Cersei all along. In no way is that Steve. I'm gonna do everything I can to make sure that nothing that happens in this run is ever referenced again.
Honestly, I don't even think whether we were in control or going to write Wonder Woman, just any other creative after Tom King, they were never going to reference Tom King's
Well, I would in fact make it. It would be a internal thing that under no circumstances does anything from this run, including Trinity, get brought up in DC ever again. Never. Where it's going to pretend like it didn't happen.
Well, I mean, they already doing that because if Diana has a baby strapped to her back, if she has a month old baby or whatever, why we don't see Trinity anywhere in other books, you
Because no
know?
one gives a crap about Trinity.
And that is just so. When we see Diana having Jonathan strapped to her back in Dark Knight, fighting the Minotaur, she was on her home island, and she wasn't a global hero. She was at home, you know. But Main versus Diana is a global hero. why does she have to have a baby right now? That ruins her, story and development,
Hmm.
honestly. And to have the baby strapped to her back is so irresponsible because of, what she's supposed to deal with w- as being a global hero. I just don't,
Exactly. Real
that is
quick, by
just
the
some,
way, real quick, I swear to base up. So John Jones, Steve should definitely stay dead. Leave him in hell. Maybe he'll even run into Lois down there.
oh my God.
And then Lord Zed, true. Hell is like a second home.
Oh,
I
that,
love you guys. Never change. Never change, guys.
wow.
Again, the King of Wonder Woman hashtag is the second thing that I will take as a legacy. But the first part is awakening the anti-Lois hate. I love it.
Wow.
This is the greatest thing. Oh my gosh, that would be hilarious. First time here, it's like she's like in the deepest, darkest pit of hell, and it's like if we're going by Dante's Inferno, the pit before Satan is the one for useless people, and that's her. But so she comes back to life. But it's like hell is in a oh my gosh, Luffy. Hell is in a second home for Lois. It's her true home. She was born there after all. My God.
Wow.
I love you guys so much.
Well, that does make sense because Sam Lane, he is like the devil. He is.
We make it so Lois was actually a construct of Cersei, and it was designed to keep Diana away from what would truly make her be happy. Clark.
Jared, you would probably write that.
I'm like, hey, DT, I got a Black Label book for you.
Wow.
It's called Lois from Hell. But anyway, I know. But it's like, again, by the way, you know what's the worst resurrection I've ever read in a comic? And by worst, I mean stupidest. You know how Jason Todd originally came back to life, right?
I thought he was thrown into the Lazarus pit
That's what
for
the new
retarded.
52 fixed. Do you know what the original post-crisis one was?
No.
All right. This is the most comic book thing I have ever read. All right. First off, Luffy, I'm telling you, Lois is secretly a high-ranking demon. Oh my gosh. Anyway,
Wow.
so at the end of Crisis, Superboy Prime, Golden Age Superman, and Golden Age Lois, and Lex of Earth 3 are put in the Paradise Dimension. They watch all the DC stuff from post-crisis, like Superman dying, Wonder Woman snapping Maxwell Lord's neck, Batman's back being broken and stuff. And Superboy Prime is so pissed off. He's like, it shouldn't be this way, that he punches the walls of reality, which sends a ripple leading to Jason Todd coming back to life.
Okay.
Literally, Jason Todd was punched back to life. Literally. Yeah, and yes, Cameron, New 52 is the one that simplified it and said, no, it's a Lazarus pit. Because
Wow.
here's why this is stupid, Brit. Because the retcon punch only brought Jason Todd back to life. He was the only character resurrected by that, and I'm like, why is he the only one?
What's the importance of Jason?
Well, he became an awesome character, but anyone that says they want to wipe out the New 52, I'm like, you realize it fixed this?
Wow.
Because it's like the writer of that was like, we have Lazarus pits. What are you overcomplicating this for?
Because the thing is with post crisis is that they obviously the fans are ignoring a lot of the stupidity that was in post
Oh
crisis
yeah. Oh
and
yeah.
why and I mean this is the reason why DC is so convoluted now.
Well, remember, it was a post-crisis version of Superman that made out with a 14-year-old. Anyway,
Jared.
I have to reference that. Screw you, John Byrne. So then we get to Electra Assassin, which the image of Electra with a big ass gun is the most Frank Miller thing I have ever seen.
You know, I should have put Wonder Woman with from Alan Moore's story when Diana had a big gun too.
Oh yeah, which in the whatever what do you get for the man who has everything, and she goes,
Yes.
go to hell. Boosh.
Yeah.
Also, the image of Diana saying "go to hell" is honestly awesome. Again, you had some badass moments of these characters, but it was just covered in BS. It's like you had a pile. It's like you have a turd that has some golden nuggets in it, but ultimately it's a turd. That's kind of the way you describe this.
Yeah.
And it's like with this, she is a traumatized spiritual warrior haunted by morality. By the way, so Brit, did you know they gave Electra a movie?
Yes, with Jennifer Garner.
So this was designed to spin off of Daredevil because okay, if you ever watched the Daredevil movie with Ben Affleck, watch the director's cut because much like Zack Snyder, the director's cut is way better. It's actually a funny story. So when I first watched the Daredevil movie, I used to think, why do people not like this? I didn't know I was only watching the director's cut. I didn't know that there was a different cut in there because with the director's cut, they bring back a lot of stuff that should have been in that movie. So they spin off. It's the most non-Electra movie I have ever seen. I'm like, it is the most boring, like butcherization of Electra I have ever seen.
Yeah, I honestly I believe, yeah, the early 2000s as
Mm-hmm.
far as with superhero movies was it, it was very much OC, you know.
Yeah, what you should if you want to see a good version of Electra, check out the Daredevil show. That's a good version of that relationship, and they kind of play off of that. Yeah, they have to develop her a little more, but they definitely like take a lot of cues from those comics. So then you get the 2000s era of Elektra with Hugh, who must not be named.
So yeah, I don't even know if this run is okay. I mean, um,
Mm-hmm.
with Bendis, I said his name. My bad.
I'll temper. Actually, you know what? All right, here. I'll play it once. Hang on. Where is it? Okay, here we go. Why did you say that name? Here you go.
I mean, I'm not so much familiar with his work. It feels like the only thing that I see with fans say that he has a lot of dialogue
Well,
and
the other thing is that he is one of those writers like Tom King, where if the current continuity interferes with the story he wants to tell, he will legit ignore it.
um well with here obviously with the points is that Matt is in another relationship with someone
Mm-hmm.
else and Electra is in the background. And the thing is I really just don't like that. I don't like that. Yeah, they can be in other romantic relationships with other people. Fine. But when they have that connection and they were important, from jump before the other relationship, they should remain important. And that is what we're missing with Clark and Diana's relationship too, is putting well, with DC it's non-existent because they don't want it to overshadow Lois. But just in general, a writer can have them, you know, in different relationships with different whoever and still have respect for past relationships or if they were romantically involved and then become friends. You know, I just the way that they write relationships, it just feels like you want to question, have you guys actually been in relationships before? Because the way they write it is so like dysfunctional or it just doesn't make sense to reality. If you want these characters humanized and, so basically hell bent on that, then write them as that. Write them with the natural emotions of whether they have moved on from that relationship, or they haven't moved on and have those lingering feelings. I mean, you don't just turn off your feelings. You
No,
are going to have um, some of them are going to linger. Some of them are going to have that regret. You think back on if you could have done something differently or something like that. Let these characters have that moment. Again, if you want to have them as human, then let them be human then. Let them have those human emotions, but again, still on a grander scale. So with this, I don't think I want to read this if it's, so obvious that Electra is put to the background.
exactly.
I don't care for that. Even
Now,
with the, mhm.
yeah, no, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, even with the article that I shared with you earlier today about Superman's love interest, even with that, they what's funny is that Diana's a write-up. She is the one that it's known that with the relationship with her, you are going to get the aspects of Clark and that understanding that he truly needs. But they always undercut it, especially when they do the countdown or, something like that, when they want to now emphasize on Lois. And with that article, it was about Lana, propping up Lana. So, again, I really don't like that. If you're going to talk about a relationship, talk about that relationship. Don't um forcibly put it down, and especially when it doesn't make sense with what they bring up. You can't compare Diana, um, you know, having that relationship with Clark and Cal, knowing of who he is and what he goes through as Superman as well in their relationship, and then turn around and say, but she doesn't know Clark when he was a teenage boy. Well, no, yeah, Sherlock. She wasn't around when he was a teenage boy. You know, there's just
Neither is
certain things.
Lois.
Yeah, there's just certain things that you want to undermine relationships, but the way they do it is just so childish and doesn't make sense. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that within this, um, he who shall not be named that ruined Superman since for the 2017 era, uh, along with the others. And yeah, I don't think I would want to read that. But just with this little description alone of saying that she was put in the background, I already see that red flag.
Exactly. Now, if there's one run that you should read, Brit, that I will 100% recommend, it's the Chip Zdarsky run. I read this. This was one of the, if you want Matt and Electra like development and like solidification, it is this. Like, I was, and Charles Sewell, honestly, it was 100. I was surprised because the basic story of the run is as a result. So Matt is like going through some stuff, and through circumstance beyond his control, someone dies, and uh, 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 because of his actions as Daredevil, so he turns himself into the police. That's why Elektra became Daredevil at first. And she's like, there needs to be a Daredevil to protect Hell's Kitchen. And I am and she actually, you hear in her dialogue, she tries to like abandon lethality because she's like, I'm not going to sully Matt's legacy by doing, because if I kill someone, it becomes Daredevil's legacy. And then she has to protect this girl. And she basically kind of has to adopt like the role of kind of a mother. And it works really well because it even softens her because the kid had a rough childhood, as did her. And she goes, and Electra goes, look, kid, I don't know how to do this. I'm kind of out of my element here. And it's really cool. And then at the end of the run, she and Matt decide to share the mantle and they both become Daredevil.
See, now that is a story that I'm definitely going to read. I have a lot to read. But
Mm-hmm. Oh, and
another
then there's this detective. There's this Gordon-like character in there, and I forget his name. I think it's like Stone or something like that. But he comes to New York. He is ridiculously anti-vigilante. He's by the book. As the run goes on, he starts to view vigilantes, particularly Matt, with a more sympathetic eye, and eventually he starts helping Matt because at this point, I believe Kingpin is the mayor of New York at this point.
Oh wow. You see, that is why you have the slight comparison to even Daredevil as uh and Electra as Batcat as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because
A
it
little bit.
definitely um gives that vibe. And also again another one point because Charles Soule wrote them. So you definitely have this the the vibe that Charles, he really understands relationships
Particularly
and how to
a
write
particularly
equals.
particular relationship involving a lawyer. Let's not forget about that.
Right. And the thing is, I believe, yeah, Soul it was an immigration lawyer. So with
Mm-hmm.
writing Clark and Diana, you get he
Mm-hmm.
understood the immigrant, experience. And then with writing Daredevil, being a lawyer, he understands that field of being a lawyer.
Yeah, exactly. That's that he clearly understood the assignment to use the
That
phrasing of the youth and
Jerry, you
I know I'm
definitely
still
just
young, but
gave
still I'm not as old as Nick. Don't worry.
you definitely just gave that hello fellow kids meme.
Oh god. Yeah, I know. So then she again she goes through her redemption arc and they become co-leads of Daredevil, co Daredevil people, and apparently husband and wife as well.
Yeah, with seeing that they kind of like married at a crossroads or something,
Mm-hmm.
or did something like that, or with the whole spiritual connection too. Again, that whole thing. This is how you write relationships. They have that. It's not just a physical thing. It's not just that using someone as an emotional crutch. They do have connect with each other on an emotional level, and they could have this shared trauma or something like that. But the codependency and, like I said, the emotional crutch, no, no, that no. Um, as I really don't like that, especially with these characters that are supposed to be, um, you know, with that inspirational outlook of them. Again, you can have those emotional traumas. You can have that. But being like a sad puppy, as even Clark is sometimes written, and for him to uh, need to be coddled, by Lois. Or I remember when a fan said that post crisis Superman would run home or call the Kents for just the most minor things. And it's like, why are you writing him like that? He, as a grown man, yes, he has his parents. And it feels like that's the only justification for having the Kents around. It's basically Clark is so, he needs to be handheld. Um, and no, that's not the character. He doesn't need to be. So, with that, with dealing with trauma, it just feels like you just have to have writers who, is not that they have to go through that, because we see with
Well, they have
King,
to care.
they have, yeah,
That's the key thing. Because you look at Charles Sewell, he clearly cared.
yeah, but it's not like King that's self-inserting his PTSD on these characters. Not like that. It's just more so of, just as you said, caring about these characters. I mean, we have never gone through anything like that, and but at the same time, what we're writing for Clark and Diana, we are putting them in these traumatic situations, but we care for them and we are doing our research in order to get it right.
Yeah, exactly. So then, because you guys have no, because she sends me a document of, because all this is made by like documents she sends me, and it's like a metric crap ton of information that I have to sift through and go, okay, so what do I put in this? But it's all good stuff. No, that's what I appreciate, because Brit and I care so much about getting this right. But as that said, this relationship is so good. It's incredibly disappointing that Marvel just doesn't let their best ship shine. I know that's just Marvel, and to a certain degree, DC. So tell us about the similarities.
Okay, so again, how they they have these traumas, but at the same time they help each other, and they are mirrors of each other, two sides of the same coin. So you have Diana, she's again the warrior of peace. It's I feel like we have to keep saying that because if
Mm-hmm.
we just say that she's just a warrior, people just jump to her snapping necks, and no, we're not saying that. And but she's the warrior of peace, and Clark is the more reserved. He's the protector, and then with Electra, she's the assassin, while Matt has like his morality, and he's pretty much on the gray area side.
A little
Then
bit, I would say so. Yeah.
yeah, then Electra, she I would say her character development is moving her to the gray side that Matt is on later on. And then there with both relationships, it's just that tension, and again that the expectations and the trauma that they have together. Diana, I would say that Diana's trauma comes from learning of what her mother and her sisters went through, and just that perspective of why she was raised on a secluded island, and
Exactly.
and the fact that she is the only child.
Did you
And
also know that Electra is also Greek?
no, I didn't know that.
She's Greek.
Wow. Well, I did not know that. So that's definitely another similarity then.
Yep.
Um, and with Clark's trauma, obviously, that he lost his entire planet, and he's um, living in a world where he has to pretend. And both women, of course, they teach the men to just have a broader view than just so narrow-minded, and because of that, wanting to be so protective of things. And then what the men give the women is that they give them that protectiveness, but also that more that perspective of there is some things that you have to be reserved about.
Exactly. So then you go to some more similarities, because if I so a little behind the scenes stuff, when I put these in PowerPoints, it's great. There's a lot of information there. So when I try, so the reason why I put continues, because oftentimes it will make the text really, really, really small.
Small. So with these couples, they don't have the happy-go-lucky ending. We see with Clark and Diana, well, the only happy-go-lucky, well, I wouldn't say it was happy-go-lucky. It was more of a happy ending with Kingdom Come because they were able to live that fulfilling life of having their kids, living. It seemed like Diana died between year 500 and 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
So, within that time, that's when she passed, and then Clark, he was still alive after 1,000 years, and he was able to see the Legion and basically um, their legacy. You know, um, So that will be a happy ending, but the tragedy of it, of Kingdom Come, everything that they had to deal with though. And then you have, of course, New 52, um, with New 52 Superman prematurely dying, forcibly dying. Dark Knight, um, Dark Knight Returns, Millerverse. They are in a Batman world, basically.
Oh yeah.
Um, Literally and figuratively, they are in a Batman world. And then,
Except here's the difference, though. Because remember, technically, Injustice is a Batman world as well, based upon Ed Boon.
you know,
But
true.
the difference is Frank gives equal love and attention to the other characters.
That is true. That is true. And then we have Tomorrowverse, where
Mm-hmm.
Diana makes a sacrifice, and they still have that love, but it's still a very sad ending. Um, and so that, of course, is gives them that tragedy that they do have to make a sacrifice, and that is something that Matt and Electra does as well. Is their relationship is it's not just easygoing. It has to be challenged. It has to have the sacrifice of one or the other, and it has to have some type of tragedy somewhere. And they aren't guaranteed a happy ending.
Yeah, exactly. So then we get to now let's talk about their differences. Obviously, Diana is not an assassin unless she's written by Tom Taylor.
Right. Also, one more thing
Yeah. Oh yeah.
about this. Well, I guess that goes with the differences too, but their themes of like having that larger than life, and it's going back to Frank Miller. Basically, Clark and Diana have the more, the peace and wanting to basically be like free birds. So with Matt and Electra, it's basically the same thing of them being free, but they have that more, and that's when it goes to the differences of it being a more darker reflection of Clark and Diana's
Yeah.
freedom.
Exactly. All right. Yeah, exactly. Obviously, the difference is Daredevil and Electra are very much and this is the similarity they have with Batcats, particularly. They are more of a darker relationship as opposed to Clark and Diana, like 100%. But it's like when you look at the overall themes of like equality and stuff, that's where it starts to tip more in the SuperWonder direction.
Right. And with the differences, we start with editorial. And of course, like I said, Elektra is part of Daredevil's cast in a
Mm-hmm.
sense. She is specifically a part of his world, so that it makes it easier for their relationship to remain canon. For Clark and Diana's relationship, it's obviously difficult. I mean, with how DC dealt with it with Reborn or just Rebirth, and killing off the Superman that Diana had a relationship with, bringing back the one where she, if this was supposed to be New 52 version of Diana at that time, this is a Superman that she does not know. She doesn't have a romantic relationship with, obviously, because he's much older, but also, even just the friendship is gone too. So, with them not having those elements of even friends and having that same history of how they met and stuff like that, it's just no relationship at all. So, that is the difference of how DC and Marvel dealt with having their relationship, whether it is to be a past relationship or an on and off thing. Um, and also, again, uh, Matt and Electra, they have this trauma, basically trauma bonding. Um, but Clark and Diana's trauma, different, but they pretty much help each other with it instead of being part of it. And again, this is why it goes with Batcat, because um, Bruce and Selena relish in their trauma because
Yeah.
of the dysfunction of Gotham. So that is the same thing with Matt and Electra. They pretty much relish in that trauma because of, just that setting of their world.
Yeah, exactly. And Yeah, it's essentially it is that, and then Clark and Diana to a degree. When you think about it, they go in their they in many ways when you think about it, they relish in their differences as well because it's like they're like because it's like the way I always kind of saw it is that with Clark and Diana, yes, there are some like differences they have, like in the fact that Diana's more like open about who she is and Clark is more reserved. But it's like they both teach each other like different parts of life, and it's like that's one of the things I loved about, again, my 80th time we're referencing this book, the Charles Sewell book, because it really weighed in on the fact that yeah, they have differences, but they learn from each other.
Yeah, and they don't have to give up anything. They don't have to drastically change for one another. What they learn is basically what's already been there. It's just they have to accept it. So with Clark, he's known to he wants to be open, but he doesn't have that one person that could be there with him as he open up, or can understand that, or can in a sense guide him, be that inspiration and that motivation for him to open up until he meets Diana. She's the one that gives him those answers to how can you, celebrate your heritage and be so free without basically caring for the judgment and anything like that. How can she do that? And she teaches him. And then what Diana learns from Clark is, how can you have this secret identity? Are you ashamed of who you are? And she had to learn that perspective of it's not being ashamed of who he is in of hiding. It's not post crisis. With New 52 Superman, it was just to have, you don't have to be the hero 24/7. You can
Exactly.
have
And that was the best part of that page from Throne of Atlantis.
yeah, you can have like a simple dinner out. And yeah, I love that quote that what Clark said is that it's not being human, it's not fitting in that sense of rejecting who you are. It's basically blending in with everyday life and still remaining and retaining that uniqueness that you have.
Yeah, exactly. So then we get to more differences because again, the text would be really small if I left it like this.
um,
It's all good because I love all the detail you go into with all this.
yeah, and another thing is because they are different franchises. Diana, okay, so she naturally is Clark's, and he as vice versa. They are each other's end game.
Mhm.
But because of, again, wanting it to be an ongoing thing with Lois or Steve, I don't count because he be 6 feet, 12 feet under, all the time and is not, Diana is just basically she's free, kind of
And
from
by
that.
the way, Brit, you got to punch those numbers up 12 feet on the ground. How about 80 feet underground?
What?
Just you got to pump those numbers up.
Hilarious. But to again have Lois relevant, she has to be the so-called end game, but she isn't because if you have, you know, she can they can have a storyline where she dies. Um and even in exploring with the multiverse, she does, and Clark ends up with Diana. So, but in main continuity, the whole endgame thing is very 50-50 for them. So it's not as concrete as Matt and Electra because with them you can feel that they will come back even if they are going back and forth. There is that stronger possibility of them being each other's end game. And then you have where again the tone and the genre of of these relationships. Matt and Electra is more of um, the mysterious and dark. Uh, and while Clark and Diana, there can be a little bit of darkness within them, but you want that vibrant feel to them. And again, they Matt and Electra with the tone, they fit more with Mad Cat.
Yeah, exactly. So then you get to this is the big difference with between these two couples. Editorial has been much more accepting of Matt and Electra than they have about Clark and Diana.
So with this, okay, so yeah, editorial and writers and fans, as I said earlier, and this is pretty much the main theme of all of the couples that we've covered. All of these couples have how we go from the similarities and differences, and it's really of exploring the core of these relationships and how honestly they pretty much have the same similar themes that Clark and Diana have together. um I mean, it's whether it's 50-50 or 60-40, they will have these certain things, and that's why it's so um, the couple chosen work so well uh, with Clark and Diana. But the biggest thing is that again, they are two main characters instead of supporting characters that you can put in the background. So that is the one thing that I would say is the one and only thing really is what's holding Clark and Diana's relationship back from, you know, really being explored to, um, at the extent that it can be.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing because editorial, when it comes to Clark and Diana, Lord knows they have severely screwed it up. Or the honestly, pre New 52, the way to summarize DC editorial's handling of this relationship was more a bait and switch. Because remember, our
That's true.
favorite
Yep.
story, Immortal Beloved, when it's like they set it up, they go so far. And by the way, I'm talking about the story. For those that don't know, this is the story that Tom King plagiarized for his Batman run. Um, where they go so close, they're about to kiss, and then Clark goes, as far as he knows, Lois is dead. He goes, it'll always just be Lois. And I'm like, bro, that's unhealthy.
Yes. It and I mean, at the same time, he was trying to put Diana with Batman, and they were trying to um that was also a time where editorial was going back and forth on wanting to get rid of the marriage. So within those early 2000 eras, they were trying to make the um, marriage work. And I think Mike Carlin was still the editor at that time too. So yeah, he was definitely pushing for the marriage to stay out of pretty much out of spite of them trying to get rid of it.
Exactly. Exactly. Trust me with that. Um, it is kind of funny when you think about it. When DC married Superman and Lois, immediately they were like, "We have made an enormous." It's that one meme where they're like, "I've made an enormous mistake."
That's basically what they definitely because after they were married off in the Dean Cain show, ratings dropped like a brick. It just felt like I guess at the time in the 90s, people cared for that slow burn. Even now, people care for the slow burn, and it's kind of boring, and it feels like the end of the story when you have the couple together and they're just so happy without any conflict or challenges. That's pretty much how Lois and Clark's relationship is right now. It's that they don't want to give them any challenges. They don't want to give any drama because if you give them that it would definitely be like Swiss cheese in their relationship. You know, a lot of holes being poked, and
In other words,
they,
a sweater made by someone that's never made a sweater before.
yes, basically that too. So they don't want that type of, to deal with that. So they would rather just definitely be surface level and just no type of drama. But an ongoing relationship, especially a romantic relationship, has to have its challenges. It has to have um trials and be tested. Or, it, it's so many things going on. There has to be a challenge somewhere. It can't just be all happy, fluffy, heart eyes everywhere. And that's the thing that is why the relationship honestly is very boring. And it just feels like, yeah, it is what it is, end all be all type thing, because they don't want to have the challenge. And you have to accept it. Um,
Exactly.
but yeah, editorial, and it really goes down to even just editorial laziness. As Didio said, the one challenge that they tried to do for Lois and Clark was the Action Comics backup when Lois, became the EIC and she was trying to throw her weight around.
Hmm.
And the promise of that uh, story, she was basically, you know, very contradictory and double standards because she, was questioning now that she had that role. She wanted to question Clark of why is he writing um, a story on Superman? Like, isn't that a conflict of interest? And it's kind of like you've been doing it for over, since your base creation of writing for Superman, and then with knowing of his identity, having romantic involvement, that more so a conflict of interest of her writing, on Superman and very much being biased to what she was writing. And Slot's new book, it said that because she is now EIC, Clark is given um, the job to write on Superman. And I'm kind of like, do y'all not understand the conflict of interest this actually is and how unethical it is? You know, that isn't something to be celebrating. It and the fact that it's not questioned, it really just shows how, again, they don't want any type of drama within that relationship because they want it to um stick. But if you can't have the drama and you can't challenge the relationship, that says more of how basically fecal the relationship is. Um,
Oh, exactly. If it's that, like, man, Lois, the relationship with Lois has more holes in it and more like cracks in it than Injustice does.
Swiss cheese, yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
it is Swiss cheese after the Marine Corps has unleashed all their machine guns on it. That's what
Right.
it is. In the most vivid way possible, that's what it is. But
Yeah.
anyway, so editorial reception has been open with Daredevil and Electra on the opposite side. It's been openly encouraged.
Because Electra is still a part of Daredevil's cast. You know, that is just something, like I said, that I have now realized. It's kind of, what is the problem with why editorial is so hesitant on Clark and Diana's relationship? And that is pretty much the answer, is because all of these other relationships, the female, it's specifically too, the female character is part of or an extension of the male character. And with Diana, even though she's the female counterpart of, Clark, she isn't that extension of him. She is still very much independent. And like we said with Tomasi saying that she demands the spotlight. Again, duh, Sherlock. She is that independent character. If you can't write a relationship that demands equality, that demands equal spotlight, then I mean that's not the relationship for you to write. And honestly, that it's a rarity for these characters, for
What does
these
that say,
writers
by
to
the
write.
way, that when Tomasi says Diana demands the spotlight, that basically says he only likes Lois because he can put her in the sidelines,
I mean, that's what he
which he
did. He
did
put
in
her,
Rebirth.
yeah, he put her in the sidelines, had her being a glorified housewife and baking pies. You can't have Diana as a glorified housewife baking pies. If anything, if you want to show Diana baking a pie, she would be in the kitchen with Clark, and he would, or she would be in the kitchen with Martha, and she would be teaching her or something like that. But other than that, there would be no pie baking. The only time a pie was mentioned with Clark and Diana, Martha made the pie for her, and her and Clark shared it. But
Exactly.
Diana never a housewife. If anything, even the whole thing of marriage, we've seen where Diana thought about marriage, um, but again, for us, Clark and Diana's relationship veers the traditional expectations. So if they are to get married, the traditional way of marriage is they still put their sprinkle, I would say, of uniqueness to
Yeah, the
what
way I
marriage
see it,
is.
marriage is not exactly a concept that's like prioritized by Diana because she wasn't raised by it. She would do it out of respect for Clark's traditions, and that's the thing about both of them. They respect each other's traditions. Like when I write Clark and Diana getting married, I also have Clark say, how does marriage work in your culture as well? Let's do that because we're bringing two cultures together as well. It's not just two people that happen to be in love, it's two cultures, and you need to bring that together. And by the way, real quick, Barry says, makes me wonder if SuperWonder would be canon had Diana been written into his mythos rather than being separate. The Justice League books make me think that. I mean, they probably eventually would have, I think.
They would. The thing is, that is why it's kind of like, okay, best example is Black Canary and Green Arrow. Black Canary and Green Arrow, they were separate characters. But now that Black Canary is written within Green Arrow's, family, she has been reduced in a sense. You do still have her as independent in a way, but she is now seen as just the love interest sometimes as Green Arrow, and she's by extension of him, and she is a part of his supporting cast. That is the thing that, yeah, you understand that hesitation and the fear of the fans if Diana were to be written like that, or even Barbara Gordon. She is now an extension of Nightwing when she is, she's supposed to be independent as well, but she's only known as the love interest of Nightwing now. So it's you have to have a writer again who knows how to balance it out.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
Clark he's very much, if Diana is in would be an extension of Clark, Clark is very much an extension, if not more so, of Diana. Because again, the way we write their relationship is definitely geared more of the perspective of Diana because of what really the importance of Clark in the point of view of how Diana views men. In that story, both stories are very important and both, with that perspective, but Diana's really emphasize it more so,
Exactly.
because in hers, I would say just give it a little bit more depth because of dealing with man's world and how it functions with the expectations of the female role and the male role, so that is why it would be more Clark is Diana's support. But if that were to happen, the fanboy rage would just be like, yeah, it would be awful because they would definitely have the same reaction Tomasi had of, you know, the intimidation and just that you can't put the male character, you know, have the male character basically as sideline in a sense for the female character. It has to be the other way around, which, no, if anything, especially with Clark and Diana's relationship, you are going to have Diana uh, be is going to be equal, but at the same time, she is going to stand out. And we saw that in Power Couple. It felt more of Diana's perspective. And we also saw that in the Tomorrowverse, where Earth 2 Superman was Earth 2 Wonder Woman's support.
Yeah, exactly. So then we get to the fan reception of Superman and Wonder Woman. Now I'm going to say this. Yes, obviously the traditionalists didn't like it, but people like us that were coming into comics around this time period were like, okay, this makes a lot of sense. Plus, the general audience prefers this. Case in point, they already think this exists because they're like, yeah, it's logical that those two would come together, which is kind of funny. Whenever people say, well, that's too obvious, Superman and Wonder Woman, I'm like, thank you for telling me that this is the actual relationship. That's like the biggest compliment they can give someone when you think about it.
Again, yeah, that is so funny that every complaint about Clark and Diana's relationship, first of all, some of majority can be debunked, but some of the reasons are very, it's kind of like, did you not think that through? Because
Yeah.
saying that it's
I'm like, why are
obvious,
you
or
saying that?
it's not easy giving obviously the challenges that they can go through. But if you say that it's easy to write, it's because it's natural and that you can write them in a healthy relationship. The challenges that they want are very superficial, and the whole dark and light thing, the opposites attract, um, that doesn't really work. That sunshine and emo dark type relationship, that only works really in anime. And honestly, those characters, they don't have substance at all.
Oh, yeah,
Um,
exactly.
so when you actually explore the core of these characters, you will see how that doesn't work. And it is not that um, simple to have them as that dark and light type thing. You have to have a commonness within a relationship, and even the superpower powered being with the civilian, even that is very superficial, and it's only, in a sense, the relationship goes for um saving, and with Lois, they couldn't find her pretty much anything else to do. So you
Mhm.
have to have Clark need her in a sense. Um, and that's just not the way to write a relationship. Um, Also, with seeing fans say that uh, the whole eugenics thing and Clark and Diana as gods, it's kind of like, if you have read the books, no matter what book you pick up that has Clark and Diana's relationship, whether friends or have that romantic tension or New 52 romance, they always say, or in some type of way, that these two are not gods. They don't see themselves as such. They don't want to be as such. They see themselves as just these, you know, eh, people with gifts that they want to help the world. That is
Mhm.
it. Nothing of their relationship has ever said anything about them wanting to be gods or seeing themselves as gods. Diana, she did see Clark as a god because she, of how
It's like everything he can do.
everything he can do, and also appearance wise, Clark is supposed to be like this Adonis in a sense. He is
Mhm.
supposed to be like the epitome of the perfect male. So, of course, Diana, in her cultural way, she would see him as a godly figure, but it's not so much as just simply as like another Zeus. No, he is still just that, as I said, the epitome of male perfection. So that is why she would equate him to a god. But she learned from that, and he's not that. She loves his humbleness. She loves, his truthfulness and honesty. The loyalty that he gives her, and that is um what's said about their relationship. And Clark, he can be more open to Diana, and she can understand him and push him to where he truly wants to be, but is he's basically afraid to take that leap himself. Even though he is supposed to leap in a single bound type thing. Um, but with fans, just the way that they have, in a sense, canonize their false narrative, and
True.
they believe like any fan that is an anti of a certain ship, they can type anything on Twitter that is just completely false. I mean, it's never has happened in the comics or anything like that. But because so many people, fans are gullible, they will believe that tweet. And with seeing the comparison that we saw, saw on Twitter of which couple would you rather have, and how um, you can definitely pick out what fans have read, anything if at all, but also just the fact that they don't care for Diana as a female character. She is definitely seen as a prop in some of these other relationships, and for the male self-insertion, and and just the way that they can have other fans basically say exactly and don't read for themselves. That is something that the fandom needs to stop doing. They need to actually read for themselves. And just as we do on this show, we actually have panels. We have the information, and that's pretty much why it takes the whole week to get the all the information. But we also actually do a deep dive instead of a water bottle cap of toe dipping.
As soon as you said deep dive, I knew what you were gonna say, Brett. I'm like,
Yes,
of
we
course.
we actually do the deep dive where we need the expensive type of scuba gear to
Exactly.
of showing this relationship and the truth basically of this relationship. So yeah, the fandom and the double standards is very tiring, but yeah, it, you also can't take the internet serious because they can complain and everything, but we see that SuperWonder is still has so much more backing, and as you
I mean,
said,
hell, again, Britt, this show is an example of that. Because again, when I started this, because it's a really niche topic, I didn't expect it to blow up the way it was. And I was like, oh,
right, even with the Instagram page, I mean, they you can have your detractors, everyone has that, and they can make up a bunch of stuff, you know. But when you can have the information and we put it out there, yeah, the negative um is going to get more attention. That's the way of the internet. Truths
mhm.
are going to be buried, because for the internet to function as dysfunctional as it is, you have to have that negativity because that's the conversation. But as long as we put the truth out there, that's really what matters, and that is what basically is going to end up, on top because we see it now with um when they did Rebirth, or even the Convergence book, they with saying that they were definitely being spiteful against Super Wonder, saying that Lois and Clark was the original power couple, which again, Lois and Clark has never been uh, um, known or spoke up as a power couple. Power couple didn't become like this uh, popular phrase until Clark and Diana's relationship, and and with saying that that book was the most anticipated, but when it debuted,
All
it
right, real
debuted with
quick, I need to say this. That again. Oh my gosh. So first off, so Karen goes, I also need to say this. Lois is just not attractive as a superhero. The Superwoman face burnt my eyes. And then Zed says, that's right. That's why we need the lowest demoness phase. Would be a lot more interesting than her as Superwoman. Luffy says, I can see it now. And then she goes, Lois Lilith Lane.
the way that they first, with Dan Mora's art, they definitely, because he's a popular artist, and he's a popular artist, yes, and he is all over DC. I mean, he everything. He's doing everything, like basically the next Jim Lee or something like that. And um you can tell that they wanted that sex appeal in a sense for Lois and Clark with being Superman and Superwoman. Even saying Superman and Superwoman, first of all, I think of Earth 3 Superwoman. And second, yeah, you can't help but think of like Kara or something. But they wanted that sort of um, basically the same feel that Power Couple gave when it was Clark and Diana. And but his art is so it, it's so much of everywhere that it didn't give that uniqueness that Clark and Diana, give each other and gave the book itself or just the pairing, And again, if you look at um, Clark and Lois side by side as Superman and Superwoman, they look like they are literally related.
Oh,
um,
oh, oh, yeah. Well, it's like, remember, John literally looks like a clone of Clark in when Dan Mora draws him, which is really Dan Mora has that same face syndrome that a few
yeah,
artists like suffer from, which is kind of weird. But
yeah.
anyway,
So what's funny about that is that
mhm.
goes into the, if you want to say that a couple looks like brother and sister or the sibling quoted or the eugenics, that is what Clovis was. But the fact that just yeah, with the convergence, reborn status quo, or rebirth, reborn status quo, they didn't have the financial backing of it. The fans did not support the books, but with Superman and Wonder Woman, over 100K, first debut. And then you have the marketing outside with merchandise, whether it's shirts, cell phone cases, or anything like that. And then, yeah, we have the general audience of, you know, posting on Instagram or posting fan arts, and the reactions to it is far more. Yeah, sometimes it'll be 50-50 of, detractors, but I would say that majority love, you know, the art for Clark and Diana. And even with Jen Bertel, you know, that got a reaction. She just simply posted the panel, and it's kind of like people flock to it, you know. Um, and that's what you want. You want that type of reaction to anything, but especially the couples, because if you are just um, so used to it, aren't you gonna get bored? Yeah, you're gonna get bored. And I feel like a lot of the Chloe fans on Twitter, they they want to keep pushing because they know that if it continues on with this downward, trend, even with Dan Mara's art, then yeah, DC will start looking at other options to and to boost sales. And of course that would be making a change, and it could be making a change dynamic and relationship wise.
Yeah, exactly. So then we go to the fan reception of Daredevil and Electra, which, yeah, it's very positive. In fact, again, to your point, Brit, you and I didn't know that Daredevil had other like big love interests before Elektra. I thought it was always her. Maybe because again, it's from where I grew up. It was for the most part Daredevil and Elektra. Now, granted, Marvel sometimes has this thing where Matt sleeps around like a Catholic rabbit, even though because he is Catholic, and that's the part that never really sit well with me. Is like he's a devout Catholic, and yet he sleeps around. And I'm like, this is why. This tells me that people that write these comics don't understand the stuff that they're writing.
No, they don't. They don't understand. If you are going to put any type of religion or any type of um family tradition or something like that, yeah, you have to do your research. And no, um they would just see something on the internet and they would um just go with it because that is the in thing, or that is, something that was a topic of discussion, um or as Tom King does, he supposedly does research on certain things. However, it
Yeah,
seems
no.
like he I know. However, it seems that he wants to mock it in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like when some writers put religion in books, they, some of them, depending on their own beliefs, they want to mock certain aspects of religion. And I mean, if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. But I don't think that you should put that in something that is for you just don't want to offend anyone, you
Yeah.
know. And you have to be careful with whether it's religion or, like I said, some type of tradition that people have, this or a certain perspective that people have. You just don't want to offend your audience. And
Because trust me, sleeping around is the big no-no in the church.
yeah, but these characters, I would say that they will say, "Oh, well, it's just fiction," or something like that. If he doesn't, it's kind of like with Tom King saying that, well, no. Well, no, he did say the same thing, and it was in Hitch's JLA book as well, I think. But it is known that uh, Bruce, I think Thomas was a Christian and Martha was Catholic.
Oh, I know what you're referencing. I don't know particularly their relationship, but here's the thing. Again, here's why the Tom King thing doesn't make sense. He didn't believe in gods. You have met the Spectre.
Yeah, he doesn't believe in gods. He doesn't believe in magic, and he was said to be an atheist.
Okay,
But
to understand how stupid this is, okay, everyone, the Spectre is literally known universally in the DC universe as God's vengeance. Like literally, Brit. He has worked with a literal angel.
they don't
Zariel from Grant Morrison's JLA is an angel.
they don't care. They don't care. So so you have Bruce say that he's an atheist, but in order for King to do whatever, try to have Bruce have a connection with Diana or whatever, he says that Bruce prayed. That was the first time he prayed. And it's kind of like, okay, if Bruce is an atheist, and he still is, I, I just don't see how he would say that he would pray.
I think he's met the presence, which is literally God in the DC universe.
It's yeah, it's just don't bring up religion in
it just
comics if you don't know how to write it and can't.
exactly. Don't deal with this, or don't deal with that part of like Matt or any of these other characters. It's because again, the, these people want to project too much about them because they're insecure about themselves, so they project that insecurity on the characters. Lord knows Tom King has made a career on projecting his own PTSD onto characters, but thing with this, it's the thing about Daredevil and Electra is that because it was like for the modern like or also Cameron brings up a good point. Barbados, the Bat God, the person that made him Batman, mind you. So anyway, with Daredevil and Electra, I think the reason why again, and you say when this is not even forced because what they did, what Frank did is at first he made Electra like a college romance that Matt had. So you expect it wouldn't amount to anything. Then she shows up later. Then they have these. This is another way where it's like Batman and Catwoman is that they like work together. They like meet up later, and they have this sort in a way cat and mouse thing. But then they later get together. And the part that I really like about this, and the Zdarsky run really gets into this, is that you see the effect that they have on each other because they're both visibly happier together. And it's like they both. This is the other way where they're similar to Superman and Wonder Woman. They both teach each other how to be better versions of themselves.
Yeah, but no, we can't have that.
Mhm.
I mean, again, the fan reception of this is far more acceptable because Elektra is still an extension of Matt. Um, that is honestly, like I said, with all the research of these different couples and trying to find that one thing that what makes Clark and Diana's relationship so um just to just to be so unnecessarily hateful towards it and to call it forced or something like that. And that's why, because writers and editors, they force this idea too that some relationships they have to be within their own circle, within their own world. And that just limits the creativity and the imagination and just the expansion of these worlds. You know, they are under DC umbrella. So you can expand if you want to. If you have um that motivation to do so. But yeah, honestly, that is the only reason why these couples are more acceptable because they are in the same bubble. And again, the woman is the extension of the man. And with fans, if you want to talk about misogyny and sexism, some of these fans definitely
Oh.
are knee deep, nose deep in that sort of mindset without unconsciously knowing. Just the way that some fans talk about Diana, it's like you are being very, misogynistic and sexist right now without, and the expectations that they have for Diana's character. It really, honestly, some of these fans have they like I said earlier, they've canonized this narrative, false narrative, and canonized their own head canons. And the way that they want these characters is so off base to not even how they currently written. I'm just saying like the overall core of the character. it's so much, it's vastly different from that core. And but they believe that this is the right way that the character is supposed to be. And when you challenge that mindset, if you debunk or, show that no, your head canon is not uh canon, then they go on a rampage and a rage. So to have that certain comfort for editors, writers, and fans, that is just, what we're not going to accept it. But I'm just saying that is what you have to accept, is that again, these female characters are extensions of the male. But Clark and Diana's relationship, they break those traditions. Diana, she is still her own independent self, as a character, as a franchise. But if you want to seamlessly um, connect her with a male character that is a main character, it is naturally Clark. And she still, retains her independence.
Exactly.
She will never be an extension of him. She will, the Superwoman role or anything like that. No, she will never be. She will always be Wonder Woman. It's just when they are put together, they create something new. It's not having her world swallowed up by Superman's world. And that's the
Exactly.
one thing.
That's why when people say the new 52 turned into Superman's girlfriend, I'm like, show me a panel.
Yeah.
Because that didn't, objectively, that didn't happen.
I mean, Diane, even though um they dealt with Clark's rogues more in Power Couple, well, first of all, it was
Well,
because
in the third volume, they dealt with Cersei.
Cersei. But the
They were
thing
talking about
is,
Timothy, but he dealt with a Wonder Woman villain.
Sewell had a Wonder Woman story. After Doom, there was to be a Wonder Woman crossover, or an event within
Mm-hmm.
the Superman and Wonder Woman book. And that is when actually Donna was supposed to be introduced.
Mm-hmm.
The speculation of her being their daughter, time displaced, or whatever like that. But it still was in the perspective and everything of Diana. But mind you, at that time, Azarello was still on a book. And even in a meta textual sense, Sewell actually addressed this with having Clark address it. Is why wasn't Clark, in Diana's world? Meaning, why couldn't he be in her book? Um, and just the miscommunication of Azarello. We saw Charles. He tried to. He had the Amazons, still as snakes. He, Hippolyta still as a statue, but you can tell that he wanted to write the Amazons as alive and well, and also actually have Diana talk to Hippolyta, but he couldn't because Azarello had control of Wonder Woman's world. So he could do so much. And even with the first volume, the big bad really was Apollo,
Mm-hmm.
because Zod and Fiora ended up being basically his puppets anyway. But that is the reason why the Power Couple book was geared more towards Clark's world, because uh, Azarello basically set that limitation. And with him not wanting to communicate, so, really couldn't explore Diana's world until after he got off the book. And then you had Tomasi, which the third volume is okay, but it's not. It's really just it
Compared
has its
to the rest of the run, it's a masterpiece.
I, well, I mean, Soul is high, and then volume 3, I would say very much mid, and then the rest is basically in the pits of hell.
The pits of hell.
It was. Um, yeah, so it just needs to be understood that
Hmm.
Clark and Diana's relationship, everything that fans feared it wouldn't be because Diana is such a powerful character, female character, and this was admitted by Tomasi that there's no way she can be overshadowed or reduced being with Clark. We've seen that, you know, thousands of times that is just not that is just not their relationship, and especially because the um the purpose of their relationship is to show true equality. So yeah, you were never gonna get that. But fans, they'll believe what they want to believe, and that's it. But the comfort though is that the female character won't overshadow the male. Electra, she is the equal to Matt, but you know, she dies. She can be sidelined. Their relationship. Matt
Hmm.
can become the blind Zeus or something and go hopping from bed to bed. You know,
The
he
blind Zeus. It didn't like hit me what you meant by that until you said he can go hop from bed to bed.
you know, he can do that. But and that is, you know, what the fans are they've conformed to accept. But with Clark and Diana's relationship, it's something that it's just something that takes you out of your comfort zone. And it's something that even though fans say it's predictable or it's obvious or something, it's not. It's really not. It's not traditional relationships of we know that at some point Steve is gonna die or he's gonna be irrelevant. We know at some point Lois is going to need Clark to save her, or it's just basically just a relationship that's there, you know, or Clark is, if Lois dies, he turns evil or something like that. Now that is predictable, you know, because we know that with Clark and Diana's relationship, you really don't know because that is something that when um, when blending their worlds together, it is supposed to create something new and unexpected. And that is what we got with Power Couple because, you know, yeah, who would have thought really it makes so much sense and so natural for Clark to deal with Apollo because he is the sun god. And yeah, Clark, the fact that Apollo accidentally, you know, powered up Clark. And now it's kind of like, oh, what is Apollo going to do now? Because basically Clark is his he basically has created beef with Clark. And you know, he wants to he doesn't want to be one upped by a well, he called him a creature, you know, that can take his spot as seen being a sun god, you know. So that is something that can be explored in such a unique way, but it's pretty much too much for the fans.
Hmm.
And with Matt and Electra's relationship, no, it's not predictable. However, again, it is that certain pattern that they have that they are going to deal with a tragedy. They are going to have to sacrifice. They are going to, especially with Electra, she's going to maybe betray um Matt in some sort of way. Not to a point of just for dramatic reasonings, you know, because she still has that more gray mindset, gray area mindset. Again, like Batcat, that back and forth chase, you know, that is what's predictable. With Clark and Diana, there's just something more that you have to explore with them that just don't like misconstrued their naturalness to it being predictable or obvious or easy because it's not.
Exactly. Exactly. So, as you guys know, whenever Britt and I do a couples comparison, we gotta do a crossover. So, Britt, tell us about Shadows of Gods.
Okay, so this was fun because I was wondering, okay, how do you do this? Well, duh, you have an ambassador, a reporter, and a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
That just goes so well together. So with the Amazons, the mascara and Diana being an ambassador, they have a conference or some type of summit meeting thing at the Themyscira embassy. Clark, of course, is reporting. Well, there accidentally there was an accident, uh, a murder of a high political figure. It can be, I don't know, another ambassador. It could be,
Mm-hmm.
anyone. And of course, the thought that maybe it was another Amazon or it was someone close to Diana. And you have Clark again reporting it, and Matt shows up to investigate, and he is. I didn't know whether to have him defend Diana or be against her, but just have that lawyer,
Mm-hmm.
whichever you may choose. And of course, Electra is there because she helps to figure out that no, this was an assassination, and it's not this simple of Diana being a part of it. Obviously, she's not, but also her staff and seeing, who it's a who done it type thing. And you also have the subplot of basically dealing with Clark and Diana's relationship of being public and of knowing that the ambassador is with the reporter. Um, and that took inspiration from issue 12 of basically how they they have to deal with the public. So not only do you have a murder with the within the Themyscirian embassy that is supposed to be peaceful and but you also have a very public relationship with this reporter, and it might uh feels like his judgment is clouded. So within that, you have both relationships being tested, of course. Um, you also brought up, which I didn't, wasn't able to really put that in. So I was just going to talk about it of how Diana, of course, every iteration that we have of Diana, she's going to have the gray eyes. So when she meets Matt and they figure out that he's obviously Daredevil, she is intrigued that he is blind. And she tells the story of how she became blind by fighting Medusa. And it's kind of like, well, he is forever blind. But for Diana, she felt like that moment um, and seeing that she didn't let that define her and how skilled she was in other aspects is you know when one sense, and that's in reality, when you lose one sense, another sense becomes a little bit stronger. So basically their hearing becomes a little bit stronger, just that
Mm-hmm.
sense of smell or something like that. So they have that little moment I see of Diana very impressed of how he's dealt with that even in his adulthood, while hers was pretty much a temporary thing, probably like a 6 month thing. Um, and Clark, he is battling between again having this public relationship and also very protective of Diana. He doesn't know how Matt is going to deal with it, and that's the thing that I wanted to also have of why I didn't know which way he was going to be as a lawyer, because I wanted to have Clark kind of not trust him, you know, too quickly. And then again, Electra is still there for basically as her skills as an assassin, because she, um, I think it's called High Potential, and it's a comedy, and the show is basically how they try to solve murders but totally screw up um the murder, and the cases, and they basically end up almost getting the wrong people all the time until someone comes in and helps them out. So that's basically what Electra is there for. She's basically guiding them into the right direction to the actual uh, uh, group. And this is a group called the Order. And what they want to do is tear apart Clark and Diana's relationship. And the Order is basically a meta commentary on the fans, the editors, and the writer. Because
But real quick, I want to highlight this. Lord Zed says, "You made a crossover universe. Does Lois die in this one?" And then, wait, Luffy says, "I assume she does. Can't have a good stream without discussing a dead Lois." Makes sense. Lois's corpse makes the world a little brighter. And you mean a lot brighter, considering her entire existence is a black hole that sucks away all positivity.
oh wow.
No, you're right. Thanks for correcting me. But if Lois is a black hole, doesn't that make her compatible with Darkseid? Lois side.
Well, they did have the cover, the Love in Space cover where she was
Lois side. Put the two together. I just came up with that.
Wow. Yeah, that is wonderful.
That has gotta be in my that's gonna be my next hashtag after thinking off Wonder Woman. Lois side. That sounds like genocide for some reason. Which it's Lois, so it's comparable. Anyway, go on.
Wow. So so the Order is very much the order of how DC editorial fans and writers deal with Clark and Diana's relationship. They, have these the bait and switch, the contrived drama, put in. How we deal with Clark and Diana's drama and their conflict challenges within each other, it is more so just within their ideologies and also just their perspective of things is going to be different. But with editorial dealing with their um, differences, they make it so contrived and so like they to force this idea that they aren't compatible and that they're not meant to be. Tomasi saying that Clark and Diana are it's from a show called Cheers, Sam and Diane.
Oh, there you go.
And no. That apparently they were like together and they were supposed to get married, but at the end, it's basically forced that they aren't meant to be. And it's kind of like, so basically, this couple that naturally have, the chemistry, they have the history, they obviously love each other, and even if they go back and forth with breaking up, getting back together, or something like that, when it's all said and done, you force this idea that they actually aren't meant to be, that they can't be together. And I'm just like, no, that is not how Clark and Diana's relationship is. Like, in the way Tomasi forced that with issue 13 of rewriting the tone of their first meeting, it really just it was unnecessary. So and like we've seen with Immortal Beloved as well. So this story is basically that. It's throwing jabs. If they can throw jabs at Clark and Diana's relationship, we as the writers now can throw jabs at DC editorial.
Oh
and
yeah, all the time.
So this is basically, they're dealing with the Order, with trying to force this ordered perspective that Clark and Diana aren't meant to be. And that does cast doubt of basically Clark and Diana making the right decision of being together. And that does go into the we are going to put the world first. And you have the pressures of the lead because they, is that kind of getting in the way of, you know, their jobs. And that is a question that was brought up in Superman and Wonder Woman. And Diana's response, of course, was shelter from the storm, but you do have that sort of moment of doubt. So it's dealing with that. And of course, at the end, they beat the order. Um, in a meta sort of sense, Clark and Diana's, we do, as fans of Super Wonder, we do beat the order because we keep going with the positiveness and we um we're we're still, growing as a fandom. Of course, a lot of people have given up on just comics in general and this just that whole thing because yeah, fandom is toxic. And for mental health and for just getting away from that negativity, some people have left the fandom, but we still have such a big group, you know. No, they don't talk as much because it's unnecessary. You don't have to, for me, if you have to be all loud and stuff on the internet to prove your supposed superiority as a fandom, then obviously your fandom is very small. But for Super Wonder, it feels like we're just a very chill type fandom that celebrates Clark and Diana's relationship. Yeah, we'll fight back and, get into debates. But for the most part, it's just wanting Clark and Diana's relationship, be it friends or romantic, to be respected and be represented and shown in a respectful manner. So at the end, of course, they um, they do solve the murder. They expose the order, and Clark and Diana have the perspective of yeah, they're going to keep fighting because their relationship is worth fighting for, and they are going to have these back and forths, but it's worth it. And as we see at the end of issue 12, you know, Clark and Diana at the Wimbledon, I think it's the Wimbledon
Yeah.
Stadium.
Yeah.
But Diana says, she kisses him, but she feels like I'm sorry because, that was our relationship is supposed to be private or a secret and you honor your privacy. But Clark learned that, you know what, forget it, whatever.
It is
I'm
the Wembley Stadium.
Yeah. Oh, okay, Wembley. So it's kind of like, no, forget it, let them look. We are together. And it's it's also the ending, the very end of uh issue 12 when they realize that yeah, it's going to be a tough battle, and as a fandom, is going to be very difficult again because of the negativity that these other fandoms, uh, throw. But at the same time, if we keep the positivity and stuff like that and know of the relationship that we enjoy, you know, and the truth of it, then all will end up being okay. And with Matt and Electra, it's basically their back and forth. Basically, like Batcat is, you know, um, Electra helped in seeing her as the more on this side of the anti-hero, and they basically are able to have their small amount of a happy ending until within their world something happens.
Exactly. And yeah, exactly. And by the way, so I just want to bring this up. So Luffy says, To tie into Brit's idea, the Order actually works for Satan, and Lois is actually an agent of Satan that was sent to keep Clark away from Diana.
Well, yeah, that is
That
definitely
would kind of
DC
work.
editorial.
That would
That
kind
is
of,
pretty much.
yeah. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that is basically DC editorial now.
And speaking of DC editorial doing stuff that's very like contrived, Zois has lost her powers now. I had you keep giving me such fantastic
I
transitions, Brit.
know, I know.
But
So
it's like the thing about this is I'm like so just 6 months later, and again, I'm glad that we had this panel because look at again. This goes back to my previous comment. The costume basically looks like Kara's from The Flash, but with gloves.
it is. It definitely is. Um, the fact that it again with first seeing it, and with seeing the just the covers period of Lois as Superwoman, she's very much again in the back. There's never a cover really that um they are equal. But the one cover that tried to show them as like the date thing was I think it was issue 21 where you have Doomsday at the bottom and then uh Lois and Clark are sitting at a table drinking milkshakes on the moon. Well, when you look at that cover, um you can do the comparison. And it looks like the Superman and Wonder Woman panel when they split the
Oh
atom.
my gosh, what a ripoff!
Yeah, so the debut issue of Superwoman, uh, with that cover, however, again, Lois is drawn very small as like a teenager, and she's in the back, and it just showed the imbalance of their of dealing with this storyline and just the marketing, the appeal of it. Yeah, um, Williamson said that it was a husband and wife type thing, but they didn't feel like that. They Lois definitely felt like a sidekick. She felt like she was being trained. She felt like it felt like she was just there for fun instead of actually learning from Clark and actually understanding, you know, the true depth of him being uh, a superpowered being and a hero of the world. Yeah, she had her own PTSD with Doomsday, but it was it wasn't explored as how it should have been. How we explore Clark and Diana's relationship within Shelterverse and everything like that. That's pretty much why it takes so long for us to have these chapters because we want to go, you know, deep into it of their character psyche and just that detailing so you can be invested in these stories. um and also, yeah, we've talked about the double standards of the fans. They some of them, they were rejoicing that Lois lost powers because they want her to be just the um for Clark to just carry her around, and basically playing the, you know, Captain Saberthought type, you know, because that is what they're used to. Lois having powers means she could be independent from Clark, and they just don't want that. They want him to be the savior, even for her, you know. Um, so you can definitely tell that the Superman fandom definitely doesn't like true equality. They talk about Lois being his equal, being powerless, but that's not true. She
Mhm.
really isn't because again, you have to downplay Clark's intelligence, his motivations and everything like that for Lois to be elevated. but there's no true um equality within their relationship. And that, I mean, if you had to uh, get rid of the powers within 6 months and do nothing, she even had a special, and it was just very fluffed. You know, I understand that Williamson, he doesn't like controversy, and um he
Was
wants to just have the fluff, but it's just, I can see why a lot of his books um don't do so well, and it's very forgettable. I think that his Flash run was the same way. He also did like Batman and Superman too, and it
mhm.
just felt like, yeah, that's pretty much how he writes. He's also not a good architect for DC, so it really just feels like he was the the non-controversial um writer, and basically the next in line because they didn't have anyone else qualified. So that is why he became the architect for DC.
Well, remember, he's more of a 90s kid as well. Let's not
That
forget
as
about
well,
that.
yeah, the 90s and 2000s. And pretty much that is what his writing has felt like, but it even felt a little bit lower standard than that.
Oh, by the way, I was about to say Captain Save a Thought.
Oh,
Oh my gosh. And
well,
then,
you know, the
what's that?
other,
I love the way it's like when we were talking about Zeus one episode, you started talking about how all Zeus does is lay seed everywhere.
well, you know,
You're not wrong.
I try to keep my wording, PG-13. But yeah, you are definitely going to get a lot more phrases. The Actually, Captain Saberthought, that is the censored version of the actual quote, or
Mhm.
the phrase. So if you guys want to look it up for what it actually says, you can. But yeah, I try to be PG-13 with the way I describe certain things. So my phrases, yeah, will definitely be a little
I love your phrases.
it will be
Oh,
artistic.
we need an AMV of that Begone Thought song, but with Lois images.
Oh my God.
Again, I just love the Lois hate. But speaking of DC royally screwing up something, why don't we get Wonder Woman content?
Okay, so with this, it's the same thing. Is basically the expectations.
Hmm.
The Diana, she expects, with the first movie, that expectation of her, being this. Of course, well, Patty Jenkins, um, she fell back way too hard on the romance angle and it wasn't Steve, it was Chris Pine.
Hmm.
And, Diana was still depicted as this fish out of water, but her focus was on her mission. But again, she still emphasized too much on Chris Pine. It wasn't even Steve, it was Pine. Um, but now that we've gotten that, and the backlash of the of Pine, taking away so much of the emphasis of, the more female oriented narrative that's supposed to be in a Wonder Woman movie or any type of media. You want to now, that's a challenge for the Hollywood execs. Even though Wonder Woman 3 was greenlit and pretty much fast tracked, you have Gunn that has totally uh, revamped the DCU and he's more focused on pet projects, and the only reason why even Superman has a movie right now is because they already started wanting a Superman equivalent to the Batman in 2019
Yeah.
when they were going back
And it
and
was
forth.
going to be played by Corn Sweat.
Yeah, it was a back and forth with Cavill too. They also wanted Crisis to start over, but obviously that didn't happen. To have a more natural transition to the next uh, actors for DCU or DCEU, whichever. Um, and with Diana's story, Gunn claimed to have big plans for her,
Really?
and yeah, right. Um, but I think that because of basically wiping the slate clean and basically just like rebirth, and everything, you wipe things out off and you don't really have a plan for and there was never a plan beyond Wonder Woman 3. So they basically have to start from scratch with everyone. But with Batman, it's only because he wants to adapt having Damian and going like uh, both. I would say both with Superman and Batman. He is more focused on adapting like Grant Morrison uh, storylines or having that influence. So that's so much more easier. They make it so difficult with Diana because for some reason they don't want to adapt Perez. It's like that is the biggest influence and that is the golden standard and just the uh era story that Wonder Woman fans love, but they refuse to respect it and adapt it. You have King where he wants to challenge it and getting backlash for it. Um, Wonder Woman having a video game. It really feels like it, it just really feels like a lot of these executives, they just refuse to believe that a female character can be that successful. So again, they want
Because
to.
again, DiDio said was upset that the Wonder Woman movie did so well.
Yeah, and I don't see how anyone would be upset that you got money.
Yeah, I know. You're still getting money, bro.
You like it's the same thing with Clark and Diana's relationship. You still get money. So who would complain if this is a concept or a character that works? Why are you having a fit because it made money? That the the logic really goes out the window with a lot of these executives, and it's kind of like how can you be businessmen? You know, there's also this the point that I want to emphasize is that Wonder Woman's current editor is a woman, but
Mm-hmm.
I feel like because she is a woman, it's probably that she I don't know if it's that she doesn't have much of a say still, or and she's very much content with what
Here's the
King
thing,
is
though.
doing.
From what I hear, she has a reputation of not checking people.
So, well, that's just the problem with all of DC editorial then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, DC editorial doesn't. They check stuff, but a lot of the times it's like, yeah, it's really stupid.
Well, that is another thing then. If you have women in control of Wonder Woman, but they do the same exact thing as as men, there's really no point of basically that whole the whole gender thing. I really don't even believe in that. To say that, oh, you need to let women write Wonder Woman only.
And I'm
No,
like, hello,
because
Perez and Raqqa.
yeah, no, it's not that. It's not a gender thing. It's just whoever actually cares for Wonder Woman's character is who, should write her. That is the thing. Um, but the fact that she was going to have a video game before Superman, I think that's pretty much why.
Technically, Superman did have a game. It's called Superman Returns.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean, with it
Mm-hmm.
having a full, something that is modern day, that's not where Superman is possessed.
Superman was possessed in Returns.
No, modern day as in like
Oh,
the
Suicide
super,
Squad.
yeah,
Okay,
Suicide
I
Squad
see what
and
you're talking about.
Injustice.
I
You know,
oh, yeah, because Lord knows he is possessed there.
yeah. So that I think that is what probably prompted how Wonder Woman has been um just the fumbling of her character. It's basically to just boil it down is definitely because she can outshine these other characters that they want to elevate. Whether it is Superman, yes, sometimes it is Superman. Batman, even with Batman, Wonder Woman can outshine Batman. If you really give her like the effort, she can. Because her story is unique, it is something that is so powerful for a female character. I mean, she can inspire young children, male or female, or and especially with her message of basically being free and um, celebrating and believing in who you are. That is something that children and women, people of all ages basically want. And she is that embodiment of that message. And also the Amazons, I mean, we've watched Blood of Zeus. We've seen the video game God of War and how popular um that show and that video game was. Wonder Woman dealing with the Greek, the Greek mythology and everything like that, that would have been a top selling video game. And if you
Or even, by the way, Assassin's Creed Odyssey is literally a Wonder Woman game.
that as well. And just even if you the movie, people love Greek mythology, just period.
Oh yeah.
Because so just her whole world is already something that can be successful. It's just again the execution and from someone who cares. Uh, um, Comics as well. That goes with comics too. If you have someone that actually cares for her character and the feminine aspect and of her mythology and the uh the motherly relationships, you know, and the female interactions. And even you it's not that women only, no. You can have men in the Wonder Woman book that I mean, what's the purpose of her going to man's world and wanting to have peace from everyone in every culture if she's just going there basically just to interact with women? No, it's supposed to be and also to show her mother and sisters of how yeah, man's world is still has a long way to go, but it's totally different from, centuries ago when men are still disrespectful, but they aren't as disrespectful as they were um at that time. Some of them are still, abusers and things like
You're
that.
always
But
gonna find a-holes.
yeah, but at the same time, Diana, the world still has evolved. So if you're going to show that, you can't just say women only. She might as well just stay on the island. So, you know, so
Hmm.
there's certain aspects that's kind of like, some fans, you got to think of what you're talking about and fighting for, and you know, um, give a little room instead of just limiting Diana to a headcanon idea.
Exactly. Now, speaking of not limiting Wonder Woman, now we get to end with a little positivity. Boy, was Absolute Wonder Woman #7 fantastic.
I absolutely love the art.
Yeah,
I
like, oh
like
my god.
Sherman's art is good, but this, for some reason, this feels more fitting to Absolute Wonder Woman. I don't know. I guess it just emphasized Diana's her look
Power.
more, and her power, and just the basically how I think it's the colors as well,
Hmm.
but just her world feels so different. Um, the way Sherman draws her world and her, I don't know, it is kind of flat. I would say maybe that's what it is. It gives a flatness. This it for some reason it stands out so much more and gives emphasis on Diana being this um it, she's this powerhouse and this obviously this big muscular type athletic woman, but she has a certain elegance
Yeah.
and a she does it emphasize on her otherworldly beauty, and especially her eyes. It just gives
Hmm.
so much. It gives so much of that. And baby Diana is so pretty. Like she is so adorable. I just I love this artwork. And of course, always love when Diana is for her coloring, it's a little bit tan.
Hmm.
Like
Yep.
she has that darker skin tone. Um, whether she's on the island or she's in hell, Diana needs to be tan. She needs to have a drop of melanin somewhere because she is a girl from an island. I just don't
An
understand.
island in the Mediterranean.
Yeah, having Diana like pale doesn't make sense to me at all.
Hmm.
You also get the aspect of the mother and daughter relationship that's really emphasized and so important. And it definitely feels like Diana and Hippolyta. It feels like Hippolyta in a Cersei skin, you know, and the importance of that relationship. And Hades and Persephone, I love the design of Persephone. It is very unique, and even with the it's so funny when King does something stupid in the mainline Wonder Woman book of Diana, the fact that Diana dealt with the gods within.
You know what's funny? I didn't notice that until now. It's literally when, to your point, when King somehow these things are inadvertently coordinated, that
Yes.
they both cover the same basic plot, but one is way better.
Yes, this is vastly better than just Diana being, I don't, honestly, Diana being hateful and mean for no reason and so violent
Torturing, yeah, exactly.
in King's book for no, yeah, the gods are, a-holes and they deserve to get hands thrown. They do.
But that's not who
However,
Diana is.
yes, that Diana is not that. She won't throw hands until actually provoked, like dealing with Apollo or Strife or something. But if she can talk to them in the way that Absolute Wonder Woman did, the fact that she, just irritated the hell out of Hades just with her talk and the way she's so snarky and she gives respect, of course, but at the same time she basically stands her ground. And that is the one thing she's not intimidated by the gods. That is how you write Diana. That she does respect the gods because they blessed her. She does pray to them. She's in a sense worship them, but at the same time she will call them out on their misgivings and you know they are in a sense the antagonists for her. So that is how you deal with that. How Tom King dealt with it Diana's there someone tried to basically give King an out and say that because Ares is dead, Diana is supposed to be the goddess or the god of war, so that's why she, you know, was written so violent. And I'm like, no, no, because first of all, her god of war status actually never happened here. Um,
Yeah, they
so
retconned that out real quick, so that's
and
not a thing.
yeah, and
And
Diana
beyond
being
that, you have to tell us that if that's an issue.
exactly, you can't just have that come up just basically pulled out of nowhere. Basically, on Tom King would do something like that because just like what Emily was saying, that's a red herring. When he's backed into a corner with the backlash, he would like say something like, "This is what was supposed to happen all along," or "It never was supposed to happen this way," or something like that.
Sure.
So yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's like, yeah, Ares is dead, so Diana became the god of war. No, because that's not how that works. Um,
He openly
and
lied on my friend's show and said that he basically hinted, oh yeah, the first 20 issues were from the Sovereign's perspective. The next ones are going to be from Diana's perspective. And I'm like, you're implying that he's trying to imply that like, oh yeah, if you hate the way Diana is now, don't worry, that's from the Sovereign's perspective.
honestly, I mean, if Sovereign was locked up this whole time, just the way that he was able to tell the whole story doesn't make sense to me. Because
Mm-hmm.
how does he know, even with Diana going to meet meet the Wonder Girls at her apartment and stuff like that. It's just those small little details. It's kind of like how was Sovereign supposed to know? Even with her eating the apple sitting on sitting outside the White House. Like how did he know that? It's just certain things that's kind of like, okay, you really think that some readers are
Stupid.
yeah.
That's what he
And
thinks.
no, the way Diana is written in this latest issue is definitely to fit the Batman vibe. Even the art. Um, the artist, March, he said that he wanted something darker and, than issue 7 because he thought that issue 7 was basically kind of silly. So, but it's kind of like, yeah, Diana, she's not a silly character, but she's a bright character. So to ask for something darker when it's Diana, no, unless it's an Elseworld or something, you should never ask for darker with Diana's character. And just the way Tom King wrote her is definitely to fit Batman with the whole femme fatale type mentality, the more brutal, bad cop type thing, uh, and and also just yeah, Diana, again, she has issues with the gods, but she would never do what she did and be so quickly irritated like that. Diana is a
Exactly.
peaceful character. If you say that she is of peace, you are the one that is creating the contradictions. It's not the character.
But anyway, going back to this, the thing I loved about this, and you know what's very interesting. So again, going on to Greek mythology, she's fighting a chimera.
Yeah. I
Again,
also
this is what I love about Kelly Thompson's run as a Greek mythology like nerd as I am. This is 100% like going full on into this.
Yes. And also the story that
Mm-hmm.
Cersei tells Diana, and Diana realized that she's not the princess that basically needs to be saved.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yes, that is very much Diana, that she can save herself, but she can also find her own path. And she isn't just your typical princess. She fights her own battles. And yeah, while she can have protection from Cal or something like that, it's still the fact that she is her own hero. And that's another thing that writers just don't want to acknowledge, sometimes. And just because she is her own hero, again, that doesn't mean that she's some ruthless warrior. It's just that she can fight her own battles. That
Exactly.
a female character shouldn't be demonized because she can be independent.
Exactly. And then it's just the dialogue in this. I love where she called. First, I've said for the longest time, last month's issue, I loved how Diana was spunky. Like when Apollo says, "You can't break out of hell," and then Hayes, and then Diana's basically like, "I did
I
though."
did already.
But I love this one where Diana goes, "Hades, you are no god, no lord. You are warden of a prison, nothing more than." And then Hades goes, "You dare?" And then Diana says, "I do." And then she's just hovering there. And whenever Absolute Diana hovers, that's when you know you effed around and you're about to find out. She goes,
Right.
"You are but an errand boy, chained to this place, forsaken by Zeus." And then Apollo just says, "How is she so powerful?" And she's just hovering there. And she goes, "You know why I'm so powerful? It's because keeping me here is unjust. It is shameful, and everyone knows of it, and everyone who knows of it knows the truth of its injustice, and demands a reckoning. But your reckoning is not today, Warden. No, your time will yet come. In the meantime, I believe you haven't answered the two doors." So she's just hovering there, and then I'm just like, "Oh God, yes!" It's the bat when she gets those red eyes. I'm like, "Oh."
Yes. And it's so funny that Absolute Wonder Woman can escape hell, but Tom King's Wonder Woman stayed in a cell and ate a rat.
Because he tried to retcon it and say, "Oh yeah, because she was trying to save Cheetah," and I'm like, "Yeah, there are other ways to save Cheetah. She could just bash her way through the walls and just rescue. She doesn't need to get captured in order for them to find Cheetah. Just hover around the world. Oh, hey Jean, can you locate Cheetah's brain patterns and tell me where she is?" Again, there was literally no reason for the crap that he wrote, for the utter piece of human excrement that has his name on it.
Exactly. I mean, this also is an example of Wonder Woman can sell. When you
Mm-hmm.
have a,
Like even last week, this was the number 2 book.
yes, for it to be a sales juggernaut, and yeah, we have to wait until year two to see, everything. And obviously, it is that first six, first year um hype, the shiny number ones, and that's the same thing basically that New 52 had and every other relaunch. So yeah, you have to wait until year two. But so far, with the fact of the reception of this book being so positive, like 100, basically 100% positive,
Yeah,
that says a
I
lot.
have yet to say someone saying, "Well, this sucks." Oh, well, I have seen some people, but mostly it's like it's not for me, and I'm like, okay, fair enough. But still, it's like, and Brit, when was the last time a Wonder Woman book has consistently stayed in the top 5 of both weekly and monthly?
Oh, that wasn't, I mean, basically first year of New 52.
Yeah, I know
That was like what, 12 years ago. So
exactly. So I'm just
15
like,
years ago.
this should at least tell DC it's not the character, it's the writer. Because when you put a good writer on it that loves Diana, like Kelly Thompson clearly does,
Right.
you get success. The sales will come. And it's hilarious that this book keeps climbing while Tom King's book is like essentially much like a piece of human excrement going down the toilet drain where it
So
deserves
true.
to be on the ass heap of forgotten stories with "You Must Not Be Named Superman" run
True. Definitely true.
or Injustice.
Right.
But it's remarkable. Again, I thought I didn't. I'm gonna be very frank. I didn't think Absolute Wonder Woman was gonna do this well. I really didn't, because again, it's Wonder Woman stuff. But I am
Very surprised.
again. It's because it's like I said, first 5 issues. Let's see how it looks. I'm like, first
think
5 issues. It's either been consistently in the top 5 in both weekly, and it has not in the knock on wood. It has not in the existence of this book dropped below the top 10 in either weekly or monthly.
I think it's because, you know, with the first interview and just the first visual, you see Diana obviously, think of she's raised in hell, so she's going to have that warrior cold-heartedness that some people thought New 52 had, Kingdom Come
Yeah,
had.
everyone thought it
She
was
was
gonna be
basically,
Kratos. It didn't help that she had
yeah,
Kratos tattoos.
exactly. And basically another iteration of Injustice Wonder Woman, basically. Um, and I mean, Thompson did say that the initial idea for Absolute Wonder Woman was that she was like a god of war and ruthless, cold-hearted, and
And
basically Kratos.
remember, Scott Snyder was the one that was originally gonna write Absolute Wonder Woman. I think that was his pitch.
Yeah, so we were definitely going to get a
Ooh, we dodged a
cold-hearted.
bullet right there.
Yeah, I mean, really, Snyder, really,
No, but Brit, this issue alone shows the balance of Diana because she's fighting the monster, the Chimera, and she is 100% like fighting, but then she keeps begging with it to stop. It says, "Tell me to stop. I don't want to kill you." And then she ends up having to kill him. Then the warrior and Diana comes down and she goes, "Oh, I'm coming for you, a-hole."
yeah, she's it, this is the Diana that we know, is that her option is like, I don't want to kill. But if I have no other option, then I will do it. But at the same time, she will feel bad and she will feel that regret. And, you know, basically, who puts her in that predicament? Yeah, she will want to throw hands at that particular being, which is that being Hades right now. But if Snyder were to have wrote this scene,
She would have
I
just
mean,
chopped
she would
off
have
that
just,
dude's head.
yeah, and with
By the
no
way,
type of remorse.
speaking of the art and the remorse, when she has those angry red eyes, you can still see the tears going down her cheek,
Yes,
and
those
it again. This is the series where because Absolute Batman is like a Michael Bay movie. It's ridiculous and it's like
exactly.
really crazy stuff. Absolute Wonder Woman, Superman surprised the crap out of it because Jason Aaron is a gamble writer. He could either be really good or really, really, really bad. But
Absolute Batman is definitely it's it's very shallow and like that Bruce, he doesn't mind killing. He doesn't mind, in the fact that Snyder wanted him to be like bigger than everyone. That really shows the ego of a Batman fan for
well,
sure.
yeah, yeah,
You know,
exactly. And then
and
I read Absolute Flash #1. That one's interesting. I have to read. I read Martian Manhunter, which was trippy as all hell, but I have to read Green Lantern. But again, and by the way, Brit, so I discovered is that I think it's like 40% of like there's been a 40% increase in young people going to comic bookstores and creating pull lists because of the Absolute Universe. So this is legit getting younger people into the comic book stores.
So basically, New 52 again.
Yeah, it's saving DC again. 2 for 2.
Just kind of crazy that, you know, but again, it's
You see,
not
this is what
because,
happens when you take risks.
yeah, but again, it's not because it's a separate universe, because even if you had post-crisis like they do now, of whatever era the main line is supposed to be, we see how the main line right now is falling like a ton of bricks. And it's absolute that is, keeping DC afloat, and that's bringing, the new readers in. That
Yeah,
is
exactly.
that is what fans have to realize, that it wasn't that simple at that time to say, oh, they should have had New 52 as a separate line. No, because first they didn't have
The
the
time.
the time nor the the financial backing. Right now, I would say that they didn't have the pressure either of an absolute. It is so successful that it has overtaken what the main line right now is is basically falling under. It's taking up that space. So again, it's just no comparison to say that, well, this is what they should have done with New 52, when it's a total different element. And we see now, no, even with the absolute and the main line being
The main
separate,
line.
the main line is still
What would have
crashing.
happened is inevitably DC would have been forced to wipe out the main universe.
I mean, basically, like right now,
They could be forced to do that.
they are canceling books, and they're basically hinting at another relaunch, you know, for the
Yeah.
main line. So, in a sense, that's exactly what they're doing. You
And
know,
the other thing, by the way, what I'm wondering about this is I wonder how many people, because when you see absolute Wonder Woman constantly increasing in sales and regular Wonder Woman consistently flopping, I wonder if you had some people that stuck around with Tom King's Wonder Woman trying to see if it'll get good. Then you have this launch, and this keeps increasing. I wonder if like people have been consistently dropping Wonder Woman to read Absolute Wonder Woman, like saying, screw this, I'm going to read this. That's what I did.
oh, of course, that is, I mean, if you see that Diana is still Diana, regardless of
Yeah.
raising hell, she is still, her personality is still Diana. A little bit, you have the element of the edginess and the darkness, whatever like that, but she is still so loving and compassionate. Even Cersei saying that, Diana, not everyone will be or is your best friend. So you have that naivety of Diana, you have that brightness. I mean, she basically trained all the little demon creatures of hell,
Speaking of
to be
which,
to
the
basically,
little Diana stories are so cute.
yeah, for her to be so she's so happy, and still so, this bright spot, and this carefree, lighthearted, type character, even in the absolute universe. And I think it is issue 8, sneak peek, where wherever she is, she does have a Disney princess moment when she's sitting and she has like a bunch of animals surrounding her. I guess she's in a forest or something. But even with that, that shows how loving still this version of Diana is, as she's supposed to be.
And
And then,
remember, it's like Thompson remembered that Diana does have the ability to talk to animals.
yes, and then you have mainline Diana right now where we don't get that. We don't get that feel. Even with, issue 4 with the cancer patient, it now it kind of undercuts it because it feels like King used that as a way to say that Wonder Woman is or Diana is supposed to be like a good mother.
Hmm.
Is like to
That's what it looks like. Because remember, again, it's like the kid at the end says, you would make a great mom."
and it's kind of like that really came out of nowhere. Like,
Hmm.
okay, why? What prompted him really to say something like that? There really wasn't a reason for him to say it. As a fan, he would say, that was his wish, but to go that far to say Diana will make a good mother, and honestly, how could he actually say that when it wasn't like Diana, you know, um, was was with him for a duration of time, and she took care of him like a mother would. It was basically kind of like one of those fan visits that you see on movies or something, or a, a backstage type thing after a concert, and you would meet like the big celebrity. That's what it seemed like. And she let him, train and be on the mascara, but she didn't give him that whatever type motherly thing that, Tom King thinks that was. There was no indication of that. So yeah, it really undercuts now to know that King just dropped that whole, oh, Wonder Woman looks like a mother because he wanted to force this, Trinity on her. But Absolute Wonder Woman, it feels so natural. Um, it's Now it's really Tom King's book that feels like a bad Elseworlds.
That's what I think a lot of the fan base will treat it as when eventually it like collapses. Then Luffy says, by the way, I've been saying this for a while, but the current mainline DC needs to be relegated to a side universe with one or more books and let the new universe take over. I don't know if I'm that convinced yet, but more or
Yeah,
less on
wait
that.
until year two. Wait
Yeah,
until year two.
because again, as Brit and I know, the rug could be pulled out from under us, but you never know.
Right.
So, by the way, Brit, again, this has now become our longest episode at 4 hours and 12 minutes. So
Wow.
this past month we've had our longest episodes of the show. So hell yeah,
That is wonderful.
and
Yay.
we had people that were here the entire time. So I salute you, brothers. But so Britt, where can what I think that's a good place to leave it. What stories do you have to tease us with?
Okay, so of course we have chapter 2 of Odyssey, which I've already spoken to you about in a little bit more after the show. We have chapter 4 of Shelter, which is almost done, and just more one shots that I have. I've uploaded, I think, two today, one or two today. So that is uploaded and updated. The fan fiction site is given a little bit of problems, so it might not show up in the updates, but it is there. It takes about 24 hours or so. But I will be continuing on with updating just the one shots and then finishing up the chapter sto- uh the chapters. And honestly, I'm just loving these to write these two simultaneously. It is an emotional roller coaster because first of all, Jared, yeah, I have the cat gifs to basically to myself because I'm
Oh,
trying to get.
I got some to.
Yeah, yeah,
You'll be
yeah.
sending me some when we're done with
Yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah. I already know that. But for myself and what you're going to be reading, I feel like I'm going to get a ton of gifs because even though I tell you some things, I don't tell you everything. So I want
Ooh.
to keep it a little bit of surprise with the chapters. And yeah, as we said on, on the stream and just every time, we want to give an in-depth look on Clark and Diana's relationship. That is something that, in the comics you don't get, and even just relationships in general. So for us and how we write their relationship, it takes some time, and it is long, but it's just really conveying that the purpose of their relationship and why it's important. So, which with every chapter, that is what we want to emphasize on. So yeah, that is why it takes so long to upload and have out, but it is worth the wait, especially with the stories that Jared and I, want to tell.
Oh, and we got so much stuff in the in the
Shelterverse.
Yes, exactly. That we're excited for. I'm tired. It's 2 a.m. here. But anyway, it's 1:30. So anyway, but stay here, work, everyone. Remember, Lois Lane is Lois Lame, and Steve Trevor, Steve Never. She belongs 6 feet in the ground. Wait. She belongs to General Zod. He becomes 6 feet in the ground. Zois and Max and Pat for life. We'll see you later. Bye bye.